is it a prove-it year for him?
If Josh Allen wins the Super Bowl, we're going to be like, is he the best quarterback in the NFL? Jalen Hurts doesn't even get the consideration.
No, we should talk
Jalen Hurts
about
is a
that.
top 5 quarterback in the NFL. He's not 5.
And we should talk about whether or not he's closer to 1.
Jalen Hurts is a top 5 quarterback in the NFL, and he's not 5.
Agreed.
Period.
He's above Joe Burrow. Sorry, Cincinnati.
Period.
He's above Joe Burrow. We're on Sportsmanlike, presented by Progressive Insurance. Evan Cohen here. When the draft clock is ticking, you've got to pick the best talent, regardless of position, to fit your team's needs. Well, if you're hiring for your business, you want to find the best talent for any of your roles. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful technology hustles to find qualified candidates for your job immediately. And if you see a standout candidate, ZipRecruiter lets you personally invite them to apply. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL. Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
Hey, look, there's Doug.
But where's Tim?
There's Kurt.
Hello, Kurt.
I'm here.
Kurt's here. Doug's here. Martin's here. Tim, under the weather today, and I noticed the text exchange at 4:30 in the morning where Kurt said, "The boys need you tonight, Tim. Rest up." It's a game day, Doug. We need Tim to rest up. Jackson is in the Ozarks, or we call it the Zarks. He's with his buddies. We knew that. But Tim is under the weather. So somehow, Doug, somehow, we're going to cobble together a show.
All right, let's start.
Plow ahead. And it's a huge night for the St. Louis Blues. Joining us on the show, Joey Vitale at 8:15. The over-under on that call. Now, granted, we have some control as to how long it goes.
Sure.
I'm going to set the over-under at 28 minutes. You like that? Too high? Too low?
I'll say 29 minutes.
Okay, boy. Price is right. And he likes to talk about bears that are hungry.
Yeah, a little bit of everything.
Okay.
Sid the Kid. He's got chicken farm
Sid the
now.
Kid, chicken farm, yeah. All right, Joey Vitale, 8:15. Andy Strickland, 9 o'clock. And Chris Pronger, I'm going to put an asterisk, Doug, because we had texted earlier in the week, and then we went back and forth, and then we didn't really clarify the time. And then I went to bed at about 9:30 last night, which I never do. And I woke up this morning with him. I think I badgered him a little bit for clarity. And I got scolded via text. It said, I was traveling, Martine, with like 4 E's. And he said, how about 7:30? But I didn't text him back till this morning. So I believe the Hall of Famer, number 44, last seen chugging a beer, waving a towel at Enterprise Center.
Okay.
Your former captain.
Well, that's a pretty good lineup. And Joey, come to think of it, is an excellent cement spokesman.
That's right.
He does fantastic cement work. So I don't know, how big a deal that is for us, but we've got the guy if it is.
If we want to talk cement, Joey Vitale, you can always get involved. We encourage that. Doug always says the phone lines are the key to the show.
Phone lines can be poison.
But the poison is tasty?
Yes, they can call in. Sure.
You know better than that.
And KG on the drops. This is where he gets his chance to flex a little bit. Jackson's not here. The Texans are always angry about the lack of drops. So, Doug, what do you say, 10 o'clock, just all drops?
Well, that'd be fine.
Commercial free.
No, yeah.
Commercial free.
People would probably enjoy that.
All drops all the time. The phone line, I don't know who's going to answer him because Kurt's running the show here.
Just take them blind. Take them blind.
That's a dangerous game, Doug.
974-0101. That's 314-974-0101. Hopefully by now you've got it like Pestis. You got it programmed into your phone. The Air Comfort Service text line is 314-399-9646. 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text line. The Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Where friends gather, Doug, in the YouTube chat. The Stiefel dossier is what tells us our lineup. We've got the drops of the week. In addition to playing a lot of drops, Pronger, Vitale, Strickland, Blues. Game 6 tonight, 7 o'clock. Cardinals' first pitch is 7:15. According to sources, the Cardinals are home against Doc Gooden and the Mets.
Okay. Will you be watching that tonight, Doug?
Probably between periods of the Blues game, I'll switch over there.
Okay.
I would think.
It matters. It matters.
Okay,
All
I
right,
know it
thank you,
matters.
Frank.
I know they can't fall any farther behind. I'll peer in every now and then. I'll be glued to the Blues, of course. But there's still a few minutes in there. You can turn over, see how the Redbirds are doing.
And the Battlehawks are on Fox 2, baby.
Oh.
7 o'clock start.
All right.
I think that's the closest to being on time when they say it starts at 7. Maybe 7:05. Doug will be glued to the pregame at 6:30 on
Are you
Fox
doing
2.
that?
I'll have a presence in that show, Doug.
yeah.
I will be at the hockey game. But the Battlehawks Game Day Live coming your way at 6:30. You'll hear from this Hakeem Butler. I got to tell you, I was down at the Dome yesterday. He's about 6'6". He was a fourth-round draft pick a few years back. He's the best player on offense the Battlehawks have had for 3 years. I don't know how he can't be in the NFL. He's big. He makes plays. There's probably a ton of guys in every sport who are sitting there saying, I'm good. I'm better than that guy.
Yeah.
There are people listening right now, Doug, that are saying they're better than us.
Well, and there are many that would be better than us.
Be better than us. Stop by if you'd like to host the show. You have to be careful saying that, Doug. One time I mentioned it was either the day before the 4th of July or the day after. It was over at the Big 550, and I was the only one on the show. And I said, boy, it'd sure be nice if somebody would come by and host. And I was kidding.
Yeah.
And one of our photographers, rest in peace. Remember Ray Brodzinski?
I do.
He was a real character.
Mm-hmm.
He heard me say that. So about 20 minutes later, I turn around, he's banging on the glass behind me, wanting to co-host the show. The producer ran out and said, yes, I'm sorry, sir, who are you? He said, Martin called for a host, so I'm here. So be careful, Doug. We might have people lining up here off of Olive Boulevard.
So did you let him host?
No, I think, I had to let him know that we were spoofing a bit.
Okay.
Colin in Wyckoff. What's up, Colin?
Hey, this is Chris in Virginia. Who? Chris Long.
Well, security is pretty tight. You can't just walk right in a radio station and get in the studio.
I am grateful for that. Although every time I leave for the onboarding, which sometimes is off-site, so I have to leave the building, there's the lobby and then there's the secondary lobby. Mm-hmm. But there's security to get through each, a swipe card and such. And then there'll be some people in that second lobby, usually look like they're in a band. I assume they're going to the point, Casey or otherwise. But I don't know. Do I let them in? Like, you don't know that awkward dance where you don't want to look at them like they're criminals, but you're not sure if they should be there. They appear to be people that should enter the building.
I had to let an Elvis impersonator in once. That was fun.
I think he's probably safe to go
I would think so.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a two-pronged security attack plan. That's what it is.
But maybe the Elvis outfit is the key to getting on a radio show, equivalent to like the Super Bowl. They say you could always walk in, just carry a ladder, and go to the loading docks, and you walk right through.
I found that it's kind of just human nature to hold a door for somebody that you can tell is in need. A couple years ago, my gym membership, the card on file expired, so I couldn't get in. I'm an early morning guy like Vitale. And I realized that day, and I walked to the door, and somebody held the door open for me. And I put on a little human interest piece, did about a year experiment, and I just kept going for a year without paying. Wow. And every day without fail, somebody just held the door for me. I don't know if I should admit that on air.
The lawlessness of Kurt.
Really?
Mm-hmm. The chairman just walks right in.
Hey, if you see somebody walking up behind you that's going to need a door held for them, you don't ask questions. You just kind of hold it.
So you snuck in and did some squats.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't be this lean and mean if it weren't for all those people just letting you through the door.
Workout, leg day.
You go down to the Enterprise Center tonight, Doug. Put on a suit and tie. That's another one.
Oh, it works.
Either the ladder and the helmet to walk in the cargo, the loading dock area, or a suit and tie.
You can sneak in. I think I told you I snuck into the 1978 NCAA basketball championships here at the arena.
Kyle Macy in Kentucky. Goose Givens? Rick Roby?
That group. Kyle Trapuka with Notre Dame.
Kelly Trapuka.
When was this?
This was in college, 78. Duke against Kentucky for the championships. I didn't have the nerve to, but I had a couple fraternity brothers that were very much into that kind of thing. And so we got dressed up in suits. I'm sure we really looked important at age 22 or whatever we were. Dressed up in suits and arrived at the back door of the arena about maybe 4:30 or 5 before a 7:30 game maybe, and told the guard back there that we were NCAA security and we needed to go in and sweep the building, make sure everything was secure. He said, sure, right on in. So we walked
Which
right
one is
in.
Grinder again?
Yeah. And we sat in the press row on the floor. I was 5 or 6 feet away from Kurt Gowdy, who was calling the game for NBC at the time.
And you weren't in anybody's seat. Nobody came from the Lexington Herald.
Nobody came. There were little note cards there saying who was supposed to sit there. We simply turned them over and wrote our own names on them.
And
sat there the whole game.
The person who really belonged there saw it, turned over, and thought, well, I must not be seated.
That was the darndest. I don't know what happened to the people who were supposed to be there.
What lessons were given to the kids out there? Don't pay for your health club membership.
Oh, if you did that today, you'd be shot.
What you did or
was
what I
very
did?
lax back then.
Oh, what you did?
Yeah.
Think I could get in tonight?
Tired.
I don't have a ticket yet. I'd like to be in the building.
It'd be tough.
Do they give out credentials here?
Does the station, we are the flagship station for the St. Louis Blues. Could you say, I'm here to run some cables?
Yeah.
I'm with the network, radio network, and they've asked me to run some cables. Will that do it?
I need some intel. I need to know which door to show up to, who's going to be working where.
Yeah.
Little Ocean's 11.
I bet it's tough to sneak in nowadays because there's metal detectors everywhere. And, they just can't allow anyone to infiltrate the...
Especially when you announce it live on air about 12 hours ahead of time.
Yeah, that's happening.
Dale in Grubville says, I miss the old TMA days when random hosts would fill in like a Tony Messenger or a Chuckles. Now, sometimes if we know a person's going to be out, we'll slide in a Charlie Marlowe, a Jeff Avelin. Tim's under the weather. That was an overnight development. Charlie Marlowe, too busy, Doug. Too busy for this show with his...
Is he really?
Yes, YouTube, NASCAR, Kenny Wallace, all things NASCAR.
Well,
I'm a solid St. Louis 9.
You're not a 9 anymore. You're about a 7. He just said...
I'm like the Ole Jokinen of this show.
He just said he's too flat out too busy.
No, he said, I'll join you guys soon. It's been crazy busy.
Okay.
Just look at all that NASCAR activity, Doug.
Well, he's got the young kids. That changes everything.
Mongo says, if you carry an iPad and wear a golf shirt, you can walk in anywhere. People assume you're a sales rep of some sort. There you go. Okay, iPad, golf shirt.
I don't know that would work on a game night. I bet the years of people sneaking in all the time at games that's really been tamped down.
What if I told him I was 3-0 as a fan the last 3 home games I've been to?
Then Chris Zimmerman might put you on the glass.
I don't need the glass seats. I did that a couple years ago.
But I'm saying if you're good luck, they need it. Season's on the line tonight, Doug. Backs are against the wall.
All right. We got to stave off elimination.
If Doug was talking about Clownvis, which I guess is Clown Elvis, Clownvis, who visits the point often, he's actually Earl Weaver's grandson. Hopefully he can forgive Doug for their interview incident. Did you know that it all comes full circle?
No, I had no idea that was Earl Weaver's grandson. I hope he doesn't hold it against me.
Okay, interesting.
Mr. Licks, surprisingly, Doug, is not happy. Is Tim seriously not in today? Is this a joke?
Okay, Lex.
I mean, I think he's built a reputation. You know, if he's missing, it's got to be pretty bad.
Oh, sure.
Tim just doesn't miss.
No.
He's a workhorse.
Mm-hmm.
Wear a safety vest, KG. Is that a la... Oh, I was thinking it was related to Jackson at the Ozarks with the diaper.
Oh, no, I think
he just means to walk in somewhere.
Yeah.
A lot of tips, Doug. It seems like our audience is pretty well versed on sneaking into events. Blues, Game 6 tonight. Winnipeg Jets Blues won 14 straight at home. Yesterday, we sort of dug in on the coaches' verbal warfare with Scott Arniel not happy with Jim Montgomery. Montgomery's assessment of the hit by Schenn not causing Scheifele to be out. What do we have? What's the latest, Kurt, from the Winnipeg Jets coach, Scott Arniel?
Yes, before you can tell us day to day, but did you have that chat with Mark Scheifele there last night or this morning?
Yeah, he won't be coming on the trip, so I'll leave it at that. So.
How disappointing is that?
Oh, extremely. You're hoping that maybe for the best you wake up today and things are better, but right now he won't be making the trip, and we'll see. We'll just go day to day after moving forward.
Is this the protocol thing? Can you tell us that? Or?
I'm not going down that road. Okay. No.
Scott, so after having 40 minutes at least to see what things looked like and rotate without Mark in there, how much of is that a help, in going into a big game tomorrow night?
Well, certainly not having him is going to be huge. But at the end of the day, last night our 3 centermen had to step up and play big minutes. Did a great job. Lau, Vladdy, and Bear. We'll throw another centerman in here for tomorrow and kind of take away a little bit of that workload. But you know what? So proud of the group, how everybody stepped up. That's kind of what our team has done all year, that when guys go down, other guys step in, and it's going to be just as large tomorrow. We did the job last night. Now we got to turn around and do it again.
So no Mark Scheifele, not even on the trip. And I think they knew it immediately the other night. That's why Scott Arniel was so hopping mad, I think, with the Blues. But the more, and we talked a lot about it yesterday, and while we were doing that, I was going back and looking at all the hits, and the Radek-Faksa hit, Scheifele is about to size him up. Mm-hmm. So I do wonder, and you could say, well, whatever, Schenn, that hit, which the league has said it doesn't warrant any further action, which I think was an immediate concern after Game 5. If Scheifele was rattled or injured on that hit, and that's why Arniel was so mad about it, then why was he sizing up? Okay, he looked like he was ready to take out Faksa, and instead it just went the opposite. So I'm sure there's going to always be bad blood. They're probably hopping mad up there still at Braden Schenn, but Scheifele being out, that's a huge development. Blues have been great on home ice. I need a Doug Vaughn index for tonight.
Oh.
Sort of a confidence level.
When you get into playoffs, the index changes a little bit.
Okay.
There's a two-pronged Vaughn index. Right now, it would be Jets have a 3 and the Blues have a 2 on the Vaughn index.
Oh, 3-2. Mm-hmm. That sounds like a potential final score. 3-2.
Well, coincidentally, as I see, that's how much Winnipeg leads the series by. The series is 3-2.
So it's more about the series than the score. I thought you were predicting a score tonight.
That's why the playoff index rating is a little bit different. Okay. I use a little bit different algorithm.
Braden Sheen.
But it did come out. Jets 3, Blues 2, and I see, again, coincidentally, that's where the series stands right now.
Yep, the old vet Fowler. Puck drop, 7:18-ish maybe tonight. Cards 7:15. Battlehawks 7:05 on Fox. Doug has already said that he'll be watching the Battlehawks primarily, and then he'll try and sneak a peek at the Blues here and there.
Probably not the schedule, but I'll try to see the Battlehawks.
Kevin at the Lake is concerned that it's not a sundress pony. 66 and cloudy. Is that I've not checked the forecast, to be honest with you. 2 of the 3 games will be indoors.
How hot does it have to get to wear a sundress?
That's a great question.
It probably should be mid-70s, late 70s at least.
Yeah, 66 and cloudy is what Kevin at the Lake is talking about. Let's have a great day, gentlemen. That's from the 314.
Okay.
Let's have a great day, gentlemen. Are you kidding me? No Tim?
Okay.
It's not from Johnny Londa, but he said, are you effing kidding me? No Tim is from Jackson's Buttfro. In case you were wondering. Yeah.
Take your shirt off.
When you have little kids, they'll bring back all kinds of stuff from school.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're talking about Tim's illness.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Every kid in class has got something going on. They pass it around, then you bring it home.
We did ask if there were listeners that might be better at hosting than us, and the millennial says, I'm better.
Okay.
Manute Bull-Eligible says, I'm better than everyone in that studio except Chairman Kurt, of course. Manute Bull-Eligible got your back. Texters always welcome on the show. 399-9646, 314-974. 0101, 974-0101 is the number to call in. It's an open phone line Friday, Doug, except for when we have a guest or except for when we forget to answer the phone.
Right.
Otherwise,
that's a factor.
It's an open phone line. I like to crowdsource. I'm guilty of that. Somebody mentioned Charlie Morrow. He's our go-to. He's our fifth Beatle, or sixth or seventh, whatever it is. But if texters had, these are serious suggestions. Like who would be fun in the studio? The summertime's going to roll around. Doug takes 3 weeks off at Channel 4 because Savard, does not like that. 3 weeks in a row, Doug?
Never once in my career did I have 3 weeks vacation. Not one time in the 40-some-odd years I did local TV sports.
All right, now,
Never once.
Savard doesn't do bits or shtick. Where do you think that was coming from? Because he seemed very serious about it.
I think he was just trying to be funny.
I heard when John Vaughn was born, you had like a month and a half of paternity
I had about
leave.
An hour and a half.
An hour and a half.
Yeah.
Seriously. In between a Cardinal live shot and post game?
I ran to the hospital. Oh, isn't he cute? Okay, I better get back to it. And now I have a son who works at Boeing. He got 3 months paternity leave. Wow. 3 months.
I love it. Progressive.
Yeah.
After about a month, isn't the dad saying, wouldn't mind getting back to work?
Probably. If I had that much time off, it would make me think they didn't really need me anyway. Like maybe your job is not that important. Mm-hmm. Wouldn't you begin to worry if they tell you, take a quarter of the year off? We don't need you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a great perk. But at some point, you have to wonder that, maybe I'm not that essential.
Well, we're glad you're here.
No. You plan on having any kids, Kurt, at any time?
You know my stance on that.
No kids ever?
Mm-mm.
Wow. Just because you don't want to catch the sniffles?
No, when I was teaching them, I built up a pretty good immune system. So, knock on wood, I don't typically get it. I got it a couple months ago when I missed here. I remember I had the DoorDash McDonald's get sent right to my front door.
Oh.
I was sick then. That had me down bad, but I think I built up a pretty good immune system dealing with all those little ones all those years, but no, none of my own.
Is McDonald's the best food to be eating when you're sick?
It sounds good.
Yeah, that was the thing. It sounded good at the time. The Fountain Coke, I think, sounded the best. But I didn't want to just have a soda scent, so I decided to add on a 3,000 calories or so worth of grease missiles.
You needed the food Nazi standing over you.
Yeah.
Like the little just kind of voice in your head. said, "Oh, don't eat that. Look at
do
the
it.
back. Look at
Don't
the calories."
do it.
We could develop an app, like a weight loss app, where there's just like audio drops of you fat shaming people that they could listen when they're feeling weak.
Shooting them up with Ozempic, maybe?
I don't know how I feel about all that.
You're not a fan of Ozempic?
Not particularly. There's no shortcut for this stuff, Doug. You got to put in the work.
Well, I guess if you were really overweight and you tried some things and just couldn't get it done,
Yeah.
then it would be overall beneficial, I'm sure.
My body, my choice.
Oh, okay.
Tim is sick again. I'm not buying it. See you Monday, boys. I think he is actually out, although somebody suggested he's the number 12 at the Sausage Fest at the Ozarks. So he joined Jackson down there for the Lake of the Ozarks. Yeah, Jackie Papers is out. Tim is out. Martin, Doug, Chairman Kurt, but Tim's voice will live on.
I was going to say, if you're really missing him that much, I think it'd be nice to just hear him talk about Design Air.
Okay.
Design Air Heating and Cooling is online at designairservice.com. I'm a client. Doug Vaughn is a client. Martin Kilcoyne is a client. We recommend you become a client as well. Fourth generation St. Louis business. Seth Goldcamp and his family have served over tens of thousands of St. Louisans since 1904 and is the longest running TMA supporter / advertiser on the show. Best known for their honesty and going above and beyond, and they will never upsell. They will always give you exactly what you need. That is how they train their employees, and they take their reputation very seriously. Seth Goldcamp's great-grandfather started the business, and the tradition continues to not upsell, to take care of the clients and make sure they get what they need and know that they can count on the people at Design Air Heating and Cooling. For all your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. Find them online at designairservice.com.
Just tuned in, didn't hear Tim tuning out. Suck it, Doug. That's from the Sad Panda.
Okay.
Graybeard says the Jets sure complain a lot. That is the beauty of a series as it gets a little further along. You start a month ago, Doug, the St. Louis people were talking about Scott Arneal all the time, weren't they? The Jets coach?
Oh, you couldn't get his name out of your mouth.
Yes.
I don't like it when coaches sound annoyed when reporters ask about injured players. I mean, you have to ask, right? It's the biggest storyline probably entering tonight's game, other than the Blues facing elimination, of course. But I don't know why they always get so agitated when someone says, how is he? Is he hurt? Or whatever. So many coaches seem like they're really annoyed that you asked that question.
Coach, how cool was it that it was a Wisconsin player that sank the winning shot?
Well, they're all Wisconsin players.
Yeah, that's more like it.
I don't know the context there.
It was a NCAA basketball game.
And it was
regional
in St. Louis.
Yeah. And Wisconsin won a late shot. And I guess the kid was from Wisconsin.
Did you say what a comeback?
That's the kind of journalism that's been missing.
Does Ollie have a leadoff guy?
Not really. I think between Derek, Katie, John Denton, trying to think of, I don't want to leave anybody out. No, that was a TLR thing. And then one night, it was probably around 2004, Calvin May was there every day. And then one night, Tony wouldn't start because he didn't see Calvin. Hey, where's Calvin? And somebody like Arby Fallstrom, somebody knew. They said his boss made him paint the office tonight. And it might have even been after a bad loss. Tony said, what? Hey, oh man, that's too good to be made up. And then the next day, Calvin explained how his boss, wherever he worked, had him come in that night to paint the office so he wasn't able to bat leadoff.
Can they do that? Like in a job like ours, if the boss said, hey, we need you to paint the hallway, I guess we'd have to do it, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
I still was picturing you getting an hour and a half leave for your son's birth, a Cardinal live shot at about 5:20. You run to the hospital, kid is born, you go back for post game, and that's when Tony says, you watch the game? And Doug goes, well, no, actually, I didn't. My son was born. I missed that reliever movement in the seventh inning that everyone's debating.
Would you say your lineup change worked out pretty well for you tonight?
Well, it's nice to be back home. We get a quality question and start this thing off.
It was like a journalism school every day.
And then you felt like you couldn't bat second, Doug, after that. The compliments were flying, and you just wanted to ask a hard-hitting question. You just didn't know if there was a spot for it.
I remember Jeff Skversky, Channel 4 sportscaster, decided he wanted to ask the first question one night. He was tired of the whole Calvin thing. And boy, did he get shot down in a hurry. They almost escorted him out of the building.
I like Skversky, but he was East Coast edgy, and the market just wasn't ready for it.
Yeah.
He'd be a good fill-in. We'll take your suggestions. Sure. Skversky, fill in, call in. The Air Comfort Service text line. 399-9646, the Calgary Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. We may or may not answer those calls. Chris Pronger may or may not be with us next after some late-night texting confusion. And, of course, the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is up and running a full Stiefel dossier, and then there's the Design Air. Heating and cooling email today. That's how we'll close out the show in the 10 o'clock hour. It is TMA the morning after right now on 101 ESPN. It's brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
The puck drops, we on the go. Blues in the zone, putting on a show. Skate so fast like a lightning flow. St. Louis pride, let the spirit glow. We fight, we claw, we'll never stop.
A little under 12 hours till puck drop. Doug ever get nervous when a guest is on hold and then the commercial break is playing and playing and playing? I think, but this guest might hang up. And when it's Chris Pronger, you get to him stat.
Yeah.
The former captain, number 44, the Hall of Famer, Chris Pronger, who I think I badgered into coming on to the show, and I apologize. Chris, I greatly apologize. Thank you for doing the show.
He did hang up.
3, 2, and 1. Did he? There he is. Okay. The
okay.
Hall of Famer, Chris Pronger. 3, 2, 1.
There he is. What happened? Where are you guys at?
Oh, no, here we are. We hear you now. Do you hear us? Okay.
I do. I heard Martin's great, well, I don't even know what to call it, but I did almost hang up.
Oh,
thought about it. It was a soliloquy / apology to welcome in number 44, who he texted me. I went to bed at 9:30 last night, which I never do, and I wake up to see a text from the Hall of Famer saying, "I was traveling, Martine."
Yes, Martine, you should know better.
And now
always available to help and talk hockey.
Talk hockey. Game 6 tonight. Mark Scheifele not even on the trip for the Winnipeg Jets. I'm sure the whole hockey world's buzzing about was the Shen hit clean, whatever, and Scheifele being out. He stayed in the game, and Monty was quick to point that out. Played 6 minutes after that, and then Faxa laid a hit on Scheifele. Weren't you in the disciplinary offices at the NHL for a minute?
I did. I worked 3 years at the Department of Player Safety, so I'm well versed in how they look at these and the no-nos and the yeses. I personally thought the shed hit was good. People want to try to make it sound or look like something that it's not. Scheifele did touch the puck. He was, while not in full control in the sense that he was handling the puck, he was playing the puck in a manner in which he should have been aware of his surroundings and who was coming near him. He may have been more focused on Franco behind him, who he was trying to chip the puck past. But at the same time, you also have to know what's in front of you and around you. And we've seen a number of these types of hits in the series. Did he leave his feet? That's how Braden Shen hits. He explodes to the player. It typically looks like he's jumping at the player, but he's exploding up into the player. And I think if we've learned anything, it's the fact that we love physicality and we love physical play and we love the competitive juices and the sacrifice that these players are willing to put their bodies through to try to have some glory and win a Stanley Cup. And, just seeing them lay their bodies on the line each and every night. And, this series in particular has been really physical. There's been, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of big hits. So it's fun to watch for me.
I'm wondering at the league level, are two things important? And in this case, a guy's reputation. Braden Shen, I think, has a pretty good reputation. And also, if Scheifele's crumpled up late on the ice, like if that hit and they had to help him off the ice as opposed to staying it, are those factors when the league looks at this stuff?
First and foremost, reputation, as you look at the hit, has nothing to do with it. If that was the case, then Tom Wilson would have got suspended for his hit on Alex Carrier a few nights ago in Montreal. You look at the hit, when a person's reputation does come into play is once the hit rises to the level of supplementary discipline, then the player's reputation, then the player's history comes into play, and then typically you'll see a bigger number than you might for somebody that has a fairly clean record. I know Braden's been suspended a couple times, but it's been pretty spread out throughout the course of his career.
It's amazing what these players go through physically, especially during the playoffs. It seems like it's a lot tougher and a more dangerous game during the playoffs than in the regular season. Is that accurate or no?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Is the game considerably more physical and almost dangerous during the postseason than it is in the regular season?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I think just the level of intensity and will to win ramps up that much more. The level that these players are playing at right now in the playoffs is not sustainable for 82 games, which is why we don't see it night in, night out, playing to the physical nature that they are right now, the laying it all on the line. They're willing to block shots at their face. They're throwing body parts in front of things. It's just you're doing whatever is necessary to try to win a hockey game. And then, as we all know, at the end of the day, win or lose, whenever you're done playing, there's a laundry list of injuries and surgeries and maladies that we hear about that players were playing through, and guys getting shot up to get back on the ice, etc. And we wear it as a badge of honor that we're able to play through some of the, not only the pain, but the injuries and potential surgeries that we have to take place later on to kind of clean up the issues that we're dealing with as we are trying to leave it all out there for ourselves, our teammates, our city, our team, organization, and get a chance to hoist that Stanley Cup.
Chris Pronger, Stanley Cup champion, also played in 173 career playoff games. So much of the talk going into Game 5 in Winnipeg, Chris, was about the goalie, Connor Hellebuck. I felt like the Blues just needed to get more shots. I know that's not exactly hockey insider talk, but they ended.
It is for you.
That's fair. I know you call me often for my hockey acumen and my takes, but how do you? And I'm guessing you credit Winnipeg for that, not allowing the Blues to create offense. But don't you think even tonight, it's still back to putting him under the gun and seeing if he can handle the big moment?
Yeah, I think, Game 5, twofold. In their building, they're feeding off the energy of the crowd. That building is I can't tell you how loud that building is. It's a very intimate environment, 15,000 people. They feel like they're right on top of the sea of white, on and on and on. They feed off the energy in the building. They came out with a mission. And certainly, the Blues did not get enough rubber at the net. They didn't get enough traffic. They did not create enough havoc in front of Hellebuck to really kind of get him off his game enough to sustain any pressure. But you do have to give the Jets credit. They came out, they played hard, they played physical with an attitude, and now they held serve in their home arena. And now it's up to the Blues to do in kind and get to a Game 7 back in Winnipeg, where at some point during the season they needed to steal a game in Winnipeg, and they're hoping it's going to be in Game 7 so they can advance and play the winner of Dallas and Colorado, who are also going to a Game 7.
It is amazing the difference in home ice. Obviously, the home team has won every game in this series. Is it just the adrenaline jolt you get when you step on the ice? How does it actually help during the game?
It's just you feed off the buzz in the building, and you're, first and foremost, you get last line change. So you get your matchups. You get the other team is now trying to figure out, you lose your rhythm when you're constantly trying to match on the road because your players are taking 5, 10, 15-second shifts because you're trying to now change on the fly and get your matchups. And a lot of times that can disrupt the flow of the game for the top guys. And also the energy in the building, as I said, in moments where the electricity and vibe in the game is kind of ebbing and flowing, they can pick it up and give you that jolt of energy you need to get out and create some havoc and play physical and really kind of get that second win, third win that you may need to kind of the boost of energy you need to really kind of close out a team. We've seen in other series where home ice really hasn't mattered. Both teams have won on the road. This one in particular, I think you just look at the home records for both teams. They just love playing in front of their crowds. And, as I said, it's incumbent upon the Blues now to hold serve at home and make sure that they get back to Game 7 in Winnipeg and try to steal the show.
Is it possible for their psyche or their emotion tonight, I'm talking about the Blues, to be kind of laid back? Because on the outside, we say, boy, this team wasn't even supposed to be here. Now they got a lot of young guys. All the pressure's on Winnipeg. They've never delivered in the playoffs. They're the President's Trophies winner. Does that actually play out in the mind? Like, are the Blues relaxed tonight, even though the season's on the line, or is that impossible? Is every player thinking, oh, my God, if we lose, we're done? How do you think they handle that mentally?
No, you're not worried about, oh my God, we're done. You're excited about the opportunity to play in front of your home crowd. You understand what worked in games 3 and 4, and they need to be jacked up and like they were in Game 3, come out firing out of a cannon and playing physical and driving the net and getting just funnel everything towards the net. It's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be tic-tac-toe. You have to just get bodies at the net, traffic, getting this guy's getting hell of a sight lines so that you can't see. You look at the goals from games 3 and 4, how many were screens or tips, things of that nature, and that's the recipe. If there's one thing that they've seen over the last 2 or 3 years in watching the Jets in the playoffs, it's screens and tips that really give hell of a trouble. And as you know, in the playoff, things tighten up, pressure ramps up, and so you want to hold his feet to the fire as early as possible in Game 6. Throw a little seed of doubt in there, and then keep your foot on the gas pedal. Don't sit back. Don't try to massage your 1-goal lead. You want to get a 2-goal lead, a 3-goal. You just want to keep your foot on the gas, and you want to be smart defensively and have a good third man high, but your other 2 guys need to be flying around out there, creating havoc, forechecking, creating turnovers, and hopefully you're able to get a couple extra.
All right, now you were never a bully. You might have been a slashing machine, but when I, and I mean that in the best way possible, but when watching like Logan Stanley, and this was driving us nuts the other day, he's just trying so hard to bother Jimmy Snuggerman. And I said the weight difference is about 50 pounds, maybe a half a foot in height. Do you think he's trying to get a react? Why is he going after the kid? What is that about?
Well, I think that's one of his matchups, probably. If you look at, each defense pairing will match up against a certain line, and he tends to be out there a lot against that line. And I think he's given or gifted an opportunity to, you get in these scrums, and you have an opportunity to pick a guy. I mean, that's somebody you're going to try to intimidate. You're going to try to test and see how he responds to the intimidation factor, as you said, and how he responds to the face washes and the bullying and whatnot to see test his mettle and see what he's made of.
I remember the outstanding analyst on TV, Bill Clement, once called you a nasty bit of business. Would that be about summing it up pretty well?
Careful, Doug, you're going to get a face wash.
That's what he called him, and I thought, that's probably right on, a nasty bit of business.
Careful, I've got a long reach, so I can still get you from here.
He can get you from here, Doug.
I see you turned 50 in October. Do you think you could still skate a shift or two if they really needed you?
Well, I don't know about skating. I could clear the front of the net. That's about it.
There you go.
Well, that's needed right now.
It's a big part of the job. You were the
however, maybe for like 5 seconds, and then I'd be a little winded.
You were the towel-waving guy for game 3, first game at Enterprise Center, first playoff game in about 3 years. How much of an adrenaline rush is that for you to be back and you got the retired number and just when the crowd goes crazy? That's got to feel good.
Yeah, just the energy in the building. Just feeling the crowd erupt as the Blues came out and just, I think how excited everybody was just for playoff hockey and knowing what to expect and the players were fired up and came out crazy the way they did. It was just to be back in the building and get that feeling again. It's nothing like playing, but if that's all I get, then it's a close second.
It's a close second. First goal, where are you? We talk about this all the time. I felt in Winnipeg the other night, if they got an early one on Hellebuck, maybe that would tip things. Do you think that matters tonight? Like this, if the Jets score first and the building maybe gets a little tense, as players, is that a media overthinking it?
There's some teams that you want to play with the lead. You know, like I watched the L.A. Edmonton game last night, and if your Edmonton doesn't seem to bother them that much, but in order to get a defensive team like Winnipeg's plays a sound defensive game, LA plays a sound defensive game, you want to play with the lead against teams like that because it gets them out of their game, out of their rhythm defensively. They start to force things a little bit more. So I think for the Blues tonight, it's critical at home. Get the crowd going. You want to get that first goal. You want to get the towel man pumping people up, and you want to get just the buzz in the building, just to ramp up that extra notch to kind of really get things going. And much like Game 3, they could score 1, 2, 3 minutes into the first period would be awesome. But I think one thing they need to be really careful of is not force it. If it's a tight game and it's 0-0 going into the second, so be it. You can't force something that's not there, and you just have to play smart and take what's given you. If you just need to keep dumping and chasing and grinding on their D and forcing turnovers in that regard, then that's something that they need to do. And it's certainly there. They've proven they can do it, so now they just have to go out and take it.
Chris Pronger, the Hall of Famer, number 44, number 1 in your hearts. Before we let you go, people are texting in. They love having Pronger on. They've got questions. I'm going to assume you think they're better than anyone that Doug or I have asked. Chris.
Yes.
Yes. Or you don't even need to know the question. You've already decided yes. Chris, in regards to extra intensity, I would love it if you could tell us how many fewer injuries you would have had if you never played in a playoff game.
Ooh. Well, as you know, Martin, the playoffs only added to or developed further the injuries that I had already had. My style was kind of playoff game already, but I would say there's a few injuries that, I hurt my knee in Philly the year we went to the finals. I hurt my knee in the second round against Boston and played the rest of the playoffs with a couple big M&M chunks floating around in my knee, and had my knee drained a few times. So that one probably would have helped stave off my knee replacement a little bit. But there's a few things, allowing your injuries to not get to the level. It's not like you're going to do more damage sometimes, but it's the length of rehab and how long you need to let things kind of calm down or settle down before you can start training again, which typically the further you go in the playoffs, the more worn down you are, the more injured you get. And again, that shortened off season, that next thing you know, you don't get that full summer of training that you need to prepare for the next season. You're busy rehabbing your shoulders, knees, things of that nature, and hands, wrists, whatever. And a lot of times that short off season really doesn't give you enough time to prepare for the next year. And a lot of times you'll see teams that either have won or lost in the finals get off to a slow start because they're just not there physically. Mentally they're there, but physically their bodies haven't fully recovered. And you try to explain that to people, and it's almost like you just have to be there to understand the toll the playoffs take on your body.
Prong's taking the crowd out of the equation. How different is the actual rink in Winnipeg and St. Louis? Is there a difference?
There is a little. Just the Winnipeg rink's a little bit smaller in stature. Just as I said, 15,000 versus around 17,500, 18,000 in St. Louis. And as far as dimensions on the rink, the actual rink, I know every rink. I mean, they have a stock template of what each one should be. Your board bounces, corners are a little angled a little bit different. The nuances of the rink, the bounces you get off the glass, the boards, things of that nature. Each rink has its own idiosyncrasy, so you really have to know and understand those. And typically guys will be working on things in practice just to see where things bounce, and goalies are paying attention to that. a lot of times on the road early on, if a goalie is young, let's say, and they haven't played in a building very often, they're not going to come out of their net to stop the puck a lot early because they don't know where those bounces are going to go. You get a guy shoots it up in the glass, puck comes off the stanchion in front of the net as the goalie's going behind the net to play the puck and things of that nature. So there are nuances to each rink in the National Hockey League, but for the most part, they're pretty similar. Obviously, the crowd noise, the intensity in the building varies from rink to rink and the intimacy of them, but playoff hockey, as we all know, is the best.
Ask Pronger if he remembers Bob the Butcher from the local Schnooks. My dad used to say that Chris, he said, my dad says Chris was so nice. My dad loved him. Bob the Butcher's son texting in.
Thanks, Bob. Bob the Butcher. Yeah, I remember Bob. He used to hook me up.
He used to hook you up. Somebody said, did Chris remember taking his shirt off and sitting in the green seats at the Cardinals game? You did.
Yeah. Why is everybody so worried about me enjoying the sun? And
you're not supposed to be topless.
Wait, you're a Hoosier.
Yeah, I'm from the middle of nowhere, Canada. I can be a Hoosier.
Okay.
Take your shirt off.
This is turning into a Chris Farley SNL skit where they're all like, "Hey, remember that one time? How was the fishing on Table Lake?" That's from the 314. I don't even know where that is.
Yeah, it was good. It's not like Canada, but it's maybe a close sport.
Southampton Barbershop loves the Pronger laugh. Chris is the GOAT. We're going to let him go. The man has other things to do. Follow him on Twitter, not just for Blues takes, but also a lot of great hockey insight, NHL playoffs. That's at Chris Pronger. At Chris Pronger. He's going to be on TV, according to my sources, next week. Are you going up to Canada next week?
I am actually going to be on ESPN next week, and then a few weeks after that, I'll be up in Canada.
Nice. Look for Prongs on TV. Follow him on Twitter, at Chris Pronger, number 44. Hey, thanks so much for hopping on, Chris.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. There he is, Doug. There he is.
All right, thanks. You call him a slashing machine?
Yeah, especially in the playoffs. That stick, that reach, he could take people out from afar. Well, not like the Justin Falk slash where the guy just dropped his stick. Right. Did you see that ninny call?
Yeah.
Hold on to your stick, son.
Squeeze it tighter.
Gosh.
I didn't want to jump in there, but I was wondering, how much do you think, like a home ice advantage, how much does that play into how a referee calls the game on maybe some of those borderline calls? Do they get caught up in the
I think they do
in the
at
whiteout
times.
or when it's going crazy at Enterprise? Does that affect how they'll call the game?
Like that intimidation factor. Human nature, I think.
It's like on Monday Night Raw when they're going crazy for John Cena.
Just like Monday Night Raw.
It's not like
the
that
ref
at
is
all.
more likely to give Cena a little love.
No. That's all written out.
It's just like Monday Night
I think the
Raw.
ref got caught up in it when they called Sundqvist for that embellishing
I
penalty.
still can't believe that. I was shocked at that.
Yeah, he took an elbow right to the yap, fell down, and they called a penalty on him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they also gave the other guy a penalty too, right? Mm-hmm. It's either a penalty or he embellished something that shouldn't have been. I don't get how it can be both.
How could it be both?
Yeah.
I agree. How could it be both? I did think when Pronger worked for the league and he was in charge of discipline, I said, this is a little ironic. I mean, why? Because you're an expert on this stuff? Prongs in the 7 o'clock hour. Next hour, Joey Vitale, Blues analyst, on the call tonight. Pregame at 6. We've got Game 6. Blues and Winnipeg Jets downtown St. Louis with the Blues. Cardinals versus Mets. Doc Gooden's in town. Juan Soto's in town. 7:15 first pitch. Sonny Gray on the mound to kick off that series. 30,000 or so tickets sold for tonight's game. Maybe a little less because people are staying home to watch the hockey, but they've sold 38,000 for Saturday and Sunday. The Mets are a draw. Battlehawks tonight hosting, Doug, they've got the Arlington Renegades.
Oh, boy, that's a rough bunch.
Bob Stoops coaching Arlington. So you could be walking around downtown St. Louis tonight, and you might run into Doc Gooden. You might run into Bob Stoops.
And I expect people who go to those games will have their phones and maybe get to watch some of the hockey on their phone.
What do you think the Cardinals are going to tell us is the announced attendance for tonight?
Well, they'll do the sold. So you're going to get 30,000-ish. And then the debate is, I usually say it's about a third, but maybe that's a little too extreme. But I'd say 22 will be there-ish.
I mean, it's quite obvious at this point someone is being lied to.
Well, I don't know.
Is that Gabe?
That is Gabe.
How many did you say, Martin?
Well,
You think
they've
20?
sold 30,000, so I'm guessing that in the house would be the 22 or so.
I'll guess 23.
Oh, my God, this guy.
23,000.
Battlehawks, I'm going to say 28. And I think the people that buy those tickets, they go. They're into it.
Yeah.
I think they'll have the biggest crowd. But all told, let's say there's you got about 70,000 people spread around 3 different venues. Good. Viva La Downtown. Text into the show. It's the Air Comfort Service text line at 314-399-9646. Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. We've got the YouTube chat going on. That's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. The Stiefel dossier says Joey Vitale. Next hour, Andy Strickland, who used to work for Chris Pronger. That was his boss.
Oh, he did?
At chrispronger.com back in the day.
Really?
Young Andrew wasn't a columnist, but he was a contributor. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. And firing in those text, emails, all of it right here on The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen.
I'd like to talk with you about Aesthetic Design and Build and Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build. They have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, which I have visited, and they walk me through all the different types of custom work they are capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. Then they came to my house and showed me what they could do with our outdoor space. The best thing is they don't take this high-pressure sales route or come back weeks later with a gimmicky discount. They encourage you to go out and do your research, and they're confident that once you compare the work that they do with what else is out there, you will see that they are the better choice at Aesthetic Design and Build. That's aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Let them know that I sent you their way when you call 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Ready to take your outdoor space to the next level? Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. Let them know I sent you their way at aestheticdesignandbuild.com.
This is Chairman Kurt with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Well, it all comes down to tonight, a pivotal Game 6 at Enterprise Center. You can hear it right here on 101 ESPN. Puck drops at 7, pregame at 6. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them online at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
We're skating strong, we're flying free. Ooh, yeah. The gateway arch, it's destiny. Benny in the crease, he's locked, he's tight. Here in St. Louis, we bring the fight. Bring the fight. Go Blues, hit the groove.
Are these all produced by different listeners? I know that Rogers and Hamilton are the main outlet.
I don't know. They didn't send them to me. Jackson just got them, but I would imagine there's one artist behind all these.
Don't they just type it into AI?
Takes a little bit of work.
Yeah, I think there's a little more to it than that. This might be my favorite.
Sure, catchy. Kind of Bruno Mars-ish.
Yeah.
I thought you just type several key points into AI and tell them make a song or write a story, and it comes up. There's more to it than that.
There might be. He might have created the lyrics himself, and he might have written it all, and then AI does the production. I'm not really sure. It's great nonetheless.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, it's powerful.
Doug, the Vegas Golden Knights have advanced. They beat the Minnesota Wild. And you were thinking, boy, it feels like the Wild just never win, right? It's a pretty good franchise. Cousin Nick listening, he can agree. So I looked it up. Because you can look things up, Doug.
You can?
You can look things up.
I wouldn't know how.
This year, against the Golden Knights, the Minnesota Wild lost in the first round. Last year, didn't qualify. Year before that, they lost in the first round. Year before that, against the Blues, they lost in the first round. The year before that, they lost in the first round. The year before that, they lost in the qualifying round. That was the COVID deal. The year before that, didn't qualify. The year before that, lost in the first round. The year before that, lost in the first round. A theme here, Doug. They have lost in the first round, and their last 8 or 9 playoff appearances, depending on how you count the COVID year. That sucks. That's why you can see a fan base. It's not the end of the world to win a round, but it does make you feel a little different about your team, doesn't it, going into the offseason? Unless you're standard. Like I think in Winnipeg, winning a round is not enough, but at least it gets a little bit of the monkey off their back because they have not been able to advance. But boy,
if you at least win one round, it gives you a sense that you're a little closer, that you got a shot, that you've beaten one of the other really good teams in the league in a series. And when you can't get over that hump, then it makes you feel like, well, we don't have the group together.
And Minnesota played well in that series, maybe at times outplayed Vegas, and you're thinking, but still Vegas has that sort of DNA. Joey Vitale will talk about, are they hungry like a wolf or a coyote? I forget what his analogy was. It'll probably change today. But people said that about Vegas. Well, they're fat and happy. I'm like, I think the opposite. Kind of like the Blackhawks had that run. The LA Kings had that run. If not every year, every other year. They just knew how to win this time of year, and Vegas has done that. And that's why I didn't want the Blues to play Vegas. It upset Jamie, I think, because he wanted to go to Vegas.
Yes, he didn't want to go to Winnipeg.
None of them wanted to go to Winnipeg, but I just felt with that Winnipeg pressure on them, their history of folding, and I may be proven wrong. If the Blues lose tonight, they'll say, man, careful what you wish for in playing the Jets, but I just think the Blues will play great tonight. Whether you win or lose, you're at home. And Pronger, who played at a high level, said it. Like, there's something to that. You're in your home building. You're not nervous. You're just excited to be there. Can't wait. We got a regular start time for this game as well, just past 7 o'clock. Big downtown with the Mets card series going on at Busch. Battlehawks at home. Blues at home. We're going to break it down. We got Joey Vitale on the other side of the break, the Blues analyst. Isn't it funny? It seems like he played for the Blues. You know, he made it to the NHL, St. Louis
Pittsburgh
kid. But
I think he played with Sidney Crosby, right?
He did play with Sidney Crosby.
Partners.
That may or may not come up. Was the Blues plane delayed last? Did I miss that? Boy, I went to bed early last night. I missed all sorts of activity. A couple of people had texted in saying that their plane was delayed. that they're accusing them of gamesmanship, Doug, up in Canada now. And I guess we'll ask Joey. We'll find out on the other side of the break. Tim is out today. For those wondering, it is a theme on the text line, as one can imagine. Tim is under the weather. Jackson is partying with his buddies down at the lake. It's a bachelor party for, is it PCP's bachelor party?
Private Citizen Pete, I believe.
It's his bachelor party.
I think so.
I lose track with all the nicknames.
I see Sharon and Clayton has texted saying the Blues replacement plane didn't arrive until around 6:30 last night.
I saw a couple of those, yeah.
Not sure what time they touched down in St. Louis. This is obvious sabotage. Time to return the favor. Need to go pull fire alarms at the Ritz right in the middle of the game, pre-nap. Who's with me? No, we can't do that. Can't do that.
She wants to get even.
Yeah. Well, you can't do that.
We'll find out. Joey was on that flight. Hey, no text Kilcoyne. It's like Charlie Marlowe's in that body of yours running around. Jesus. That's from Big Tuft.
Are you kidding me?
Who is upset we weren't reading his text, so now I can go back and see that he really wanted us to see, hey, guys, who could enjoy sports this weekend with Timmy homesick? And a number of folks texted earlier they wanted his address because they wanted to bring him some chicken noodle soup.
Yeah, I think we could do that. He'd be thrilled if we were to give out his home address.
Yeah.
And as many people as possible, go pay him a visit at home.
Well, for all these people that are feeling a little down in the dumps, but I get it. I don't love that he's not sitting across from me right now either. But
oh, boy.
Tim would want... Yeah, go ahead.
Let me move.
Tim would want these people to pull themselves up by the bootstraps.
Yes.
It's sundown showdown day. It's game 6.
But he would definitely want them coming to his home, maybe peering in the windows, just to see if he's okay.
Blues need Timmy. Timmy needs the Blues. Doug still sucks. That's from Sad Panda. Gosh.
Ruin me.
2 of us make these. I did the track that you just played. That's from the 917, which I think is a New York number. 2 of us.
Someone says he did the track.
I did the track that you just played.
More information than that.
Well, the song we just played that Kurt says was his favorite, Texter said that the 2 of us make these.
Okay.
Yeah, that's New York. It serves all 5 boroughs.
Wow. Please play the Jazz Blues one.
They're all in the rotation for today. I've got a system today, and I'm not taking any requests.
Okay.
This isn't DJ Chairman.
But when they say they make them, are they the ones typing them into AI? Are they the ones playing the music? Are they the ones singing? Are they the ones writing the whole songs? Need more info than that.
I think they give it, maybe actually the 917 a little later, call in and explain to Doug the machinery behind the magic.
We like logistics.
Probably 9 o'clock hour, maybe 9:30, 9:45 would be best.
Any non-cowards out there parlaying the Blues, Battlehawks, Cardinals at plus 585. So betting on them all. Downtown may be back when that hits.
Otherwise, you're a coward if you don't bet.
Otherwise, you're a coward.
Testing that bad boy out for you now. Testing out this bad boy. I am a bad boy, and I'm testing things.
Doug, you got anything you want to tell us about?
Oh, what do you want him to talk about?
Well, Design Air.
Okay. Longest running sponsor on TMA.
Well, that it is. When it comes to heating and cooling, you trust the name that's been around longer than all of us. Design Air Heating and Cooling. They are proudly serving the area since 1904, more than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. They're not just another HVAC company. They are indeed the longest running sponsor on TMA, and for that we're very thankful. And that loyalty says a lot. At the helm, Seth Goldcamp, a name you can trust, leading a team that truly values integrity. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You'll never be sold something that you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat to come, they have got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com and schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904, and we've decided they are also home of the handsome repairman.
Doug, don't forget WWE Backlash in St. Louis next week, and don't forget to check it out from Man Love.
I have forgotten about that.
WWE Backlash.
Will you try to get tickets, Kurt?
I'm going to be out of town.
Well, where the heck are you going?
I'm going to Boston. I've never been.
Wow. Just on a little vacation? Just on a whim?
Yeah.
By yourself?
Yeah, I'm a solo traveler.
I'll be darned.
Yeah, I'm going to go check out. I think Red Sox are playing at home. Forget who they're playing that day. Martin, do you remember who they're playing that day?
Tampa Bay, maybe?
Seems like they play the Yankees about 50% of the time.
I know it's not a Yankees game. Sitting over by Pesky Pole.
Oh, you already got the tickets?
Yeah. Excited.
That's an expensive city, though, isn't it? It's a cool city.
We're going to find out.
Yeah.
About to find out. We'll do this. We'll take a break, come back, talk to Joey Vitale, Blues analyst. He'll tell us about the plane ride and logistics, but also Game 6 tonight. Blues and Jets coverage starts at 6 right here on your home of the Blues. Text in. A lot of folks have done that. Air Comfort Service text line at 399-9646 or call in, and we'll get to your calls at 8:45 is what we're being told after Joey Vitale goes over the 28.5 over-under. 314-974-0101. That's the Callier and Thompson phone lines. The Michelob Ultra YouTube chat up and running. Stiefel dossier locked. Loaded. Chris Pronger last hour here in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Joey Vitale is next. It's the morning after, presented by Brown and Crouppen. Auto Loan Pro for your next vehicle, no matter what your situation is. Auto Loan Pro is going to help you get into a new vehicle. Little to no money down. Also working hard to get you the best rate possible. They're able to do that by working with over 50 different lenders. AutoLoanPro.com is the website. And on that site, you'll see Robert Thomas, friend of the show. Scroll past. And by the way, people wondering, Robert Thomas not on during the playoffs. Players, coaches do not appear. Make media appearances other than the standard ones, I guess. So if you're wondering about that, Bob Thomas will join us, I'm sure, when the season's over. But you can find him right now on that website, AutoLoanPro.com. In addition to the free playbook, download that. Learn more about the credit industry. How does it work? It's so confusing. You can learn about it and also learn about your next vehicle and the one after that when you're trying to buy a new car, improve your credit, learn while buying a car right now. AutoLoanPro.com is the website. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family.
We're skating strong, we're flying free. Ooh, yeah. The gateway arch, it's destiny. Benny in the crease, he's locked, he's tight. Here
See, we enjoy these. Not all of the textures do. Somebody says the worst thing to happen to this show since the Boot Man took over.
These are nice little tunes.
They said the Boot Man and Grumbly.
Sheriff Doug Vaughn. What's going on, Dougie?
Joey Vitale is on the call tonight. He is back from Winnipeg. Took a while. We like logistics on this show. Blues analyst Joey V with us. Joey, was there a delay getting out of Manitoba?
I don't know, man. I don't know. There's something wrong with the plane again. You know, it is what it is. But stuck in Winnipeg all day. Long day yesterday, stuck in Winnipeg. Listen, there's a couple worse places to be in this continent. I will say that.
A couple.
Two.
Where would those be?
Nah. Let's
Don't
see
do
here.
that.
The furthest. Yeah, I'm not going to go there. Never mind. We're good.
Okay.
I don't want to offend. I don't want to offend any of your listeners. I know you guys have a good wide spread of listeners across this continent.
Well, I don't know about
That's
that.
true. Where were you sitting on the plane on the tower? Or were you just sitting at the gate?
Yeah, we were sitting on the bird, and we were prompted by Richie Jankowski comes on back and says, we're going back to the hotel. We said, all right. And we just packed up all our stuff. They got us a new bird, came in from Raleigh. So bit of a longer day yesterday, longer than I think a lot of people were hoping or wanting. But, you know, it kind of worked out kind of good in the sense where we went to a team dinner. The entire group got together at a steakhouse. So we ate there last night and then a later charter to get in. Luckily, the Blues and players especially and broadcasters, too, got in at a good time where we could get some good rest, ultimately get ready for a big Game 6, here. Curbs was not too upset. Curbs tried to find the silver lining and everything. You know, it bugs me because sometimes I just want to be grumpy and miserable. This is going back a couple weeks ago when we were still deciding, like, hey, is it Winnipeg or is it Vegas in the first round? It's kind of a toss-up. And it came down to that final game. And it came down to that final minute of that Minnesota game. If you remember, they were playing the Ducks, and they were losing 2-1. And we're here in the booth, and we're calling the Utah game, which was the Blues' final game. And if the Blues were to win and Minnesota were to lose in regulation, we would make the playoffs and play Vegas. So everyone's excited. Everyone's like, yes, Vegas. So this is a good city. I like the matchup in a lot of different ways. And then Eriksson Ek scored with like 20 seconds to go in that game to tie it, which sealed our fate to go to Winnipeg, which I told Curbs, I go, dude, we're going to Winnipeg. And he looks at me, I'll never forget, he goes, well, the good news is they have a great French onion soup at the hotel lobby at the Elephant Bar.
Nice.
Wow.
And I wanted to deliver a fist right to his suckhole, right?
Oh, gosh.
That was one of the keys to the series. We never talked, Doug, we never mentioned the French onion soup in breaking it all down.
Yeah, that was not what I wanted to hear in that moment. Of course, then yesterday the plane incident and everyone's laughing and joking. Well, at least we could go back to the elephant room and get another French onion soup.
Instead, Rich Jankowski calls the steakhouse, Doug, and says, hi, I need a table for 55 people. Can I get a table for 55?
Yeah, they were pretty pumped about that.
I wonder if the people waiting on you are like, oh, you guys are with the Blues? Go screw yourself. They can't be too excited to be waiting on the Blues.
I can't imagine so, but you know, I will say though, I love meals with hockey players. I love meals with hockey personnel because there's really no etiquette. Like we sat down at this dinner yesterday. Again, beautiful steakhouse. They have apps just on the table ready for us. Salmon, raw salmon with capers and creme fraiche, and they have tuna tartare and mushroom stuff. And you know what? Like any other situation, people like kind of delicately kind of mosey in and how you kind of you kind of get acquainted and who's going to be the first one to take it, and no one wants to be the first one, and how do I delicately grab this? How do you guys just get in there? They literally, we're not even sitting down. We just already are grabbing stuff and just mulling it down. And there is a certain culture, like there's food, let's go eat it. So you know what? At the end of the day, it was a good meal.
More fun with logistics. Who gets to decide where you go and when you get off the plane? Is it Armstrong? Is it Montgomery? Is Stillman there doing that? Who makes the calls?
Well, it's a good question, Doug. Thank God you're on the show today to ask. You guys should have like a chart for every time that the guy comes on and says, that's a good question. And then like at the end of the year, who has the best question? Like have like an award. Does that make sense?
We know it would be Tim.
Oh, here we go. There it is.
Yeah, well Tim, apparently Tim's not even there today. Is he in the bathroom? Where's Tim?
He is under the weather. 4:30 a.m. group text saying that he was up sick all night. This Game 6 has probably got him in a tizzy.
Yeah, well, he doesn't sound like a hockey guy. I can't think of many players that would wake up with a little bit of the sniffles and decide not to play this one.
Wow, Kirkwood on Kirkwood. Crime. With a drive-in pickup today at pickup line at St. Peter's, it might be a brawl. So Doug's question, who makes the call? I have a feeling everything goes back to Army.
Yeah, so at the beginning of the year when they get the schedule, right, they kind of look at everything and they come up with a group of different parties. So you look at the schedule, you look at the travel days. How are we going to travel this day? Are we going to stay the night here? Are we going to travel through the night there? We're going West Coast to East Coast. What are the thoughts here? So I think that, Ryan Podell, who is the strength trainer here for the Blues, he has, of course, the knowledge of what this means for the health of the players. Sleep, nutrition, obviously is paramount for these players to be doing what they do. So he puts in his input, if you will, about, hey, this is how I would look at the whole schedule. This is where I would stay. This is where I would travel. This is where I would give days off, etc. Now, he takes that information, and it goes up to Army. And then Army, of course, looks at it and says yay or nay, as he has the kind of the final say. And then it goes also through the coach, Jim Montgomery. So there's plenty of heads at the table, but between Doug Armstrong, Ryan Podell, Jim Montgomery, and then a little bit of Tom Stillman, once that's kind of all there, then they kind of lay out the schedule. For playoffs, it's a little bit more touch and go because everything's kind of based off game time. Things are always changing. So it is more of it's a final decision by Doug Armstrong, but it's also a lot of heavy input from Ryan Podell. You look at after Game 5 in Winnipeg, why didn't the Blues just travel after the game to get home like they usually do? Well, a couple different reasons. It was an 8:50 start, if you remember right. And also keep in mind, with an 8:50 start in playoffs, that doesn't necessarily mean we're looking at a 3-hour game. This thing could be a 4.5-hour game. We saw a second OT just the other day. So you can almost be looking at an extra hour and a half, 2 hours tagged on to the end of the game time. So with that, the anticipation thought process is, well, with that late of a start, with the unknowing of going into overtime and how late this game can go, let's just leave the following morning, have the guys get a good night's sleep, which, of course, they did. Ideally, we're supposed to be leaving there at 11 yesterday, which, of course, we didn't because of the delay. We got in quite a bit later. So, yeah, potato. I don't know. Is it good to stay? Is it good to go? Some players feel different. I love the debate. I'm more of like the devil's advocate. If we stay, I always try to, kind of poke the bear of the guys that wanted to go. And if we go, I kind of poke the bear of the guys that want to stay. So, like, yesterday, I knew a couple players that wanted to leave right after the game because they don't sleep well after games. I'm like, can you believe that we stayed? Like, oh, this is ridiculous. Why? I'm not going to bed for the 2 hours anyway. Let's just get home. Now we're stuck here all day. So they kind of, obviously, they get a little worked up about it, which is always fun, which is kind of my job, which makes the year go by a little bit quicker when you can kind of figure out a good way to poke the bear on a lot of these guys' nervous systems.
Instead of the thought bubble, oh, God, here comes Vitale again. Hey, what's up, Joey? Hey, what's going on?
Hey,
with apologies to logistics, I guess there is a game tonight. Game 6 is coming up, Blues and Jets. So Blues have to win to force a Game 7 back in Winnipeg with the French onion soup on Sunday. What is your expectation, Ty? It feels to me like a more, and you never know, but it feels like a low-scoring, tight game. What do you think?
Oh, listen, anytime there's an elimination game, it's hard. It's hard, right? This is where the team you're trying to eliminate, which tonight is the St. Louis Blues, they are going to have a little extra gumption to their game, more so than they've had even in this playoff series. And they've been playing some high-tempo, energized hockey. But, being in those games where you're on the brink, there is just an extra level that you just can't even describe because that if you don't go a certain way, you're packing your stuff up and the year's over, and basically all hope is gone. So there is an extra level that the Blues will bring tonight. The question becomes, can Winnipeg match it? Can they get to their game quicker? And then can they put the Blues behind the 8 ball as quickly as possible? I will say, being around this group for the last couple of days, they feel like there was a lot left on the table in Game 5. I think for fans, the bystanders, they felt that. These Blues players did not get to their game. I think there were especially a couple individuals that looked like they weren't grabbing the moment. There was a moment in that game where the Blues could have completely taken over the game, and in my mind, taken over the series. If this would have changed the way it was supposed to, we could be singing a whole different tune of "Can the Blues finish the Jets here tonight on home ice?" And that moment was when Jimmy Snuggerud scored that goal to tie it up in the second period. It was maybe the softest goal that Connor Hellebuck had let up all series, and he's been letting up a lot of goals. He got pulled twice, but that was the softest goal. And it was in the second period where the Jets were up 2-1. The Blues tie it. Guys, I'm telling you, the energy in that building, you could hear a pin drop. And the play was going on after that. And it was so quiet. You felt the crowd so uncertain about, after watching that goal, another soft one going past Hellebuck, is just not the year for us. And you felt it for a couple minutes, and all of a sudden, that was the moment for the Blues to go out and grab it. Not to mention, Winnipeg lost their captain, right? Scheifele was out at that point, too. Their assistant captain, but their biggest leader. So Scheifele, the biggest forward leader, is out, right? The goaltender who's been struggling this series lets in a soft goal, right? There's no energy in the building. It is so quiet. That was the moment for, the players on that team to grab it and go. And you look at how that game evolved, and it was actually the opposite. Winnipeg, short staff now without Scheifele, and licking their wounds of another soft goal that goes in, they had every right just to roll over and die, but they actually grabbed it and took it to the Blues. And they get a couple goals there in the second period, and then the rest was history. And now the Blues are trying to keep their season going coming into tonight's game versus trying to end the Winnipeg Jets season. So that is where I think that I bring that up, because this Blues team is going to have some bite tonight. I think they're going to have a response. I think they need to have a response. I think that they are unhappy and unsatisfied with where they were in Game 5. I think some individuals know who they are as far as players that just, for better or worse, did not show up the way they needed to for that team. And you look at that moment in the game where, man, we can grab this series and just go, and they did it. So I think there's going to be a lot of bounce back tonight. I think it's going to be an emotional game. I think it's going to be a feisty one, an energetic one. I think it's going to be one that just brings fans on the edge of the seat all game long. I don't think we're going to see any multi-goal leads. I think this game potentially probably could go to overtime. The very first time this series has gone for a game to go overtime. We haven't seen it yet. But like I said, these elimination games are very, very difficult, especially for how physical this series has been.
Sometimes it seems like when a key player goes down, the teammates kind of pick it up, at least in the short term anyway. I wonder if that ever happened to Sidney Crosby, if you got hurt, if Crosby would elevate his game with Pittsburgh. Yeah, that's a good point there, Doug. I appreciate the way you flipped it there. Mm-hmm. There is something to that, absolutely. It's kind of like there's a lot of psychology behind it. And, I've always used this expression to kind of give people perspective. How does the St. Louis Blues, how do they go as good as they went without Colton Parayko? I mean, their record was incredible. They get to the playoffs this year without Colton Parayko. How do you explain that, who was the most consistent skater all season long up to that point? Well, the psychology of a hockey player, to kind of break it down, it kind of looks like this. When you have star players, you feel great, right? Now you lean into those star players. Those star players help you win, right? But as an individual next to the star player, you give what you give, knowing that they're going to give so much too. So you don't really maybe hit the capacity of what you can give because you know that you have help, right? I saw this with Crosby in 6 years being alongside him. Heard of him? Teammate of mine. Good.
14-12 on the clock. 14-12 for the Sid the Kid drop.
Got his cell phone number plugged into my phone. Not a big deal. So, when I'm playing and Crosby's out there, he's kind of doing his thing, and you just kind of feel good. Like, Sid's out there. We're good. Everything's going to be fine. We see this in Edmonton with McDavid, right? We see it here in St. Louis when Colton Parayko. Okay, if I'm Ryan Suter, I'm like, okay, we got Colton. We're good, right? So you kind of pull back a little bit, if you will, and you know you have this safety net of this great player. So there was a time I was in Columbus, and Marc-Andre Fleury, he got injured. Brent Johnson was injured. We called up this kid named Brad Thiessen. He had never played an NHL game, right? He was a goalie. And I'll never forget the locker room where, Brad was super nervous, his very first game. Young kid out of college, just signed a contract. He's heading between the pipes. And I remember, he was kind of around the room, and, he stepped out for a minute. I remember Pascal Dupuis grabbed everyone and was like, hey, we're going all out tonight for this kid. Brad was a great kid, just a down-to-earth human. And he's like, we're going all out. Every shot is blocked tonight. And we rallied behind this kid. And he won his, first 3 games. And my point with all that is we didn't have Marc-Andre Fleury. We had a backup that no one really knew about. But everyone brought their game up to another level because we knew we had to pick up the slack of Marc-Andre Fleury not being there. Now, you look at the Winnipeg Jets the other day, it's no different. You lose Shifley, you lose a great piece. You lose arguably maybe the most consistently good player for the Winnipeg Jets outside of Kyle Connor all series long. And you think that would be a step backward. Well, not necessarily, because everyone knows now we don't have that guy. So now everyone has to bring their game up from an 85 to a 90 or a 92 to a 97 because you got to pick up that slack. So then everyone brings their game up. It's no different than what happened this year when Colton Parayko was gone. Everyone knew they have to have it bring up a little bit extra of a level because you don't have the star player, and that's what makes the team go. So, yes, Doug, to your point, to me it's a wash. Does it mean anything tonight? Not necessarily. I've seen teams go both ways. I've seen teams lose a leader like Shifley and really drop off. I've seen teams lose a leader in Shifley and really take off. So it could go either way. I'm not going to sit here and predict what's going to happen here tonight, but based off of what happened in Game 5, there's no question about it. This Winnipeg Jets team was a better team in that moment without their assistant captain, Mark Scheifele.
People are concerned about your smoke detector. They're wondering if you're in the bathroom. They're wondering if you're eating, and they want to know about your chicken. So we'll pause the playoff talk momentarily if you don't mind addressing those in any particular order.
Okay, so we every time I go on a road trip now, I come home to a new animal. I think my wife's punking me. We had a bird. Well, we still have a bird.
Is that what's is the bird beeping or the fire detector, smoke detector?
No. It's not a smoke detector. It's my bird. My cockatiel. This is Tinkerbell. Hi, Tink. I'm going to take him out of the cage. So Tinkerbell's a boy. We didn't know that when we named him. We thought it was a girl. Hi,
a lot of confusion now for that young bird's life.
Okay.
You got to look under the hood.
Oh, yeah. So Tink is my cockatiel. He's on you might hear him here in a second. He's my cockatiel. I left on a road trip a few weeks ago. I'll come back, we have a bird. They named him Tinkerbell, thinking it was a girl. Turns out we just found out a few days ago it's a boy. So now we have a boy cockatiel named Tinkerbell. My youngest, Shep, just to spice things up, last weekend, my wife and I were doing a trivia night. There you are. You here? Yeah. We were doing trivia night, and we got a phone call from my son. Oh, my God, Dad, you got to come home. There's blood everywhere. We're like, whoa. My daughter, Summer, is in charge of the 5 kids. And we're like, what? And we're thinking this is a human. What happened? Like, there's blood. You got to call the police. I'm like, what is going on? So then they found out it's just a bird. Not to say just a bird. I mean, birds obviously are a big deal, but it's not a human. So my littlest Shep, he got up into the cage, and he thought it'd be fun to throw the bird up in the air. And then we have 2 golden retrievers. Of course, my youngest golden got a hold of Tinkerbell. Did some feather plucking, if you will, with his mouth for quite some time. And so now we have Tinkerbell with she's bald. She doesn't have any feathers left. She's got a one claw that works. The other claw is not. We might need to get a splint for it. Oh. And we almost had to bring her in to get oxygen. So, yeah, long story, long weekend for old Tink. But she's thriving. She's still got the one feather.
Seems like she's really found a great home, Doug.
Down to one feather.
Can we get a vet? Our chicken noodle to be dropped off at Tim's house under the weather, and maybe a veterinarian can stop by Joey's house.
She is a trooper, and she's a resilient little thing. I almost had to bring her in for oxygen. My kids were like, you got to bring her in for oxygen. I'm like, I'm not bringing this bird in for oxygen. It's 11 o'clock at night. So I kind of stood my ground. She made it through the night. So far, she's doing okay. So I leave her in the last road trip, and I come home, and we have chickens. My wife got a box of chickens. Now, here's the funny part. We were supposed to get 5 chickens from, I think, Cattle Coon Country, Oklahoma, or some city like that.
Doug, do you get your chickens from Oklahoma?
Yeah, I wouldn't go anywhere else.
God, I'm tired of this story.
Okay.
Cattle Coon Country, apparently it's called. And she says, hey, we got a bit of an issue. I said, what's the problem? She goes, we got 7 chickens. I go, well, we only ordered 5. And she goes, yeah, there's 7. So we got these 7 little beady little chickens running around in a little like barrel, basically. And apparently this breeder, because there's a waiting list for chickens. I don't know if you guys knew that or not. There's a waiting list for chickens. So when they send them from Cattle Coon Country, Oklahoma, they give you a couple extra because apparently 1 or 2 generally die on the way. They like hop on a train and USPS has got to get involved and you got to it takes a while. Anyway, all 7 made it. So we have 7 chickens now, and the kids are having a ball. So between my 7 chickens, my wounded bird, we still got the 2 Goldens. We're trying to think of. I really, in some ways, it'd be the worst thing in the world for the Blues season to end because again, every time I go for a road trip, my wife comes home. And I come home to a new animal. So
but you're not rooting for that. You don't want that to happen. Clearly, you don't.
No, but listen, the silver lining, like the French onion soup in the elephant room for Winnipeg for Curve. This is my silver lining. It's like, well, if I don't have to travel anymore, that's less excuse for my wife to get a wild animal.
How are you not a reality show at this? Doug's got the TMA, the Real Housewives, the Vitale household should be filmed 24/7. Joey V on the call tonight. We've got Blues Jets. It's a game 6. Blues must win. They are riding a 14-game home winning streak. We saw tempers flare in game 5. How do you think the physicality tonight? Obviously, the Jets are ticked off at the Blues. They're upset about what happened to Scheifele. How do you think that part of it plays out? Because you can't take stupid penalties, but I feel like it's got to be chippy from the first puck drop.
Yeah, there's got to be a balance, right? You gotta figure out a way to get to that edge, but not put yourself over, right? That's the key when it comes to being physical and agitating. We've seen the Blues step over the line a little bit. Whether it be like a Bolduc cross-checked Iafallo in the first couple games, that's stepping over the line. You have to push it, but you can't push it where you're going to put your team in a bad spot. The Blues feel confident with their kill, which is a good thing. But at the same time, this is a power play for Winnipeg that is going to explode at some point. At some point, it has to, right? And it's been a very, very kind of quiet power play. So being physical is going to be important. I think Winnipeg is going to have some extra jam here tonight. They're going to be playing a spirited game without their big leader up top. Braden Shen, I talked to him briefly on the plane yesterday. The league, he heard from the league right away. There was nothing there that was suspendable for the hit. So there's really no issue there, as we all know. But I think that the Winnipeg Jets still have a lot of fire about what that hit was, and it wasn't a hockey play in their mind. So they're going to have a little extra spirit. They're going to have some fire. And then I think for the St. Louis Blues, this is a group that's going to bring as much physicality as they can, Martin. And, being around these guys again, this is a pretty banged-up group. I mean, they're playing an awesome brand of hockey, and they have been physical, and they have been, like I said, bringing fans on the edge of their seat. But don't ever mistake one thing. When you're getting hit or you're giving hits, you're going to take a punishment. Playoffs are a different animal because in the regular season, if you're playing the Carolina Hurricanes on a Thursday, you're going to hit Sebastian Aho. Well, you're going to hit him to make a hockey play. But after that game, you're not going to see Sebastian Aho maybe for 4 months or maybe like another year because that was the last time you played him. Playoffs are different. Playoffs is nothing but an investment. Right? Every time they hit Josh Morrissey, they're not necessarily just trying to make a hockey play to separate him from the puck. They're trying to take him out of the series, right? So that's where there's just an extra oomph, right? There's an extra to every hit. So it's that it takes a toll on your body. It takes a toll on whether you're getting hit or you're giving a hit. So, to me, it's about tonight finding that balance where you don't want to put yourself in a bad spot. You can't overdo it, but you can't be a quiet little mouse either. We were having a discussion the other day on the plane about balance. Talking to Jamie Rivers and a couple of the guys. Like sneezes. You guys like when someone sneezes.
Doug, when someone sneezes, and that always makes you think of playoff hockey.
It was kind of, yeah.
I was leaving the hotel yesterday in Winnipeg. After the second journey, after I finished my French onion soup, and this guy at the front desk, he let out a sneeze. It was like, I felt it from like the bottom of the belly.
Is there drug testing for announcers, Doug?
It shook. Yes, come on in. Hi, Lupe. Hi, how are you?
As I
Good to
said,
see you.
is there drug testing for announcers? Are you okay? Do we need a wellness check, Joey?
No, someone just showed up to help me with my chickens. Anyway, they're going to look at the bird too. So anyway, this guy lets out this sneeze, and I'm just like, that is over the line. That should not be acceptable. So then we got into what is an appropriate sneeze, and then we started talking about Alexa Dat. Have you guys ever heard Alexa Dat sneeze?
Her sneeze? No, she doesn't usually sneeze on the air.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But around the rink, or have you ever been in the locker room with Alexa Dat? Okay, so Alexa, this is how she sees, right? And she doesn't
him or
even
the bird?
move. No, that's me.
That's you.
So yeah, and I'm like, Alexa, my goodness, let it out, will you? That's bugging me. So you can't be. My point is this.
What is? I'm sorry to interrupt, but what is the point?
So this is the show, huh?
Physicality tonight is going to be like a sneeze. You got to find that middle ground, right? You can't be over the top like that guy from Winnipeg. You can't be like Alexa. You can't be a softie either. You just got to find that balance. That's
Doug, now it all makes sense.
It does.
So the Blues' intensity tonight is a bit like a sneeze.
Yes. Okay. You guys get it now. Finally. God, I got to explain it for 10 minutes. You guys need to sharpen the old toolbox over there.
But the sneeze of the guy at the hotel, not Alexa Dat's sneeze.
Well, you got to find a balance. You got to find the right middle. See, Doug, you're not listening either.
Okay, I don't get it.
We need Tim.
Oh, there he is. There he is. He's a lemming as well.
We need Tim.
Joey, thank you for the insight, and looking forward to the call. 6 o'clock pregame, a normal start time for the Blues fans. Huge downtown night with the Cardinals and Mets, Battlehawks with the Arlington Renegades, and the Blues all right around 7 o'clock. Sold-out show. Blues trying to force a Game 7 back in Winnipeg. I'm assuming that would be a night game on Sunday. For fear of talking about French onion soup, I believe that would. Don't you think 6:30-ish on Sunday?
I heard a 6-ish start on Sunday. I was hoping for an earlier afternoon because it's the only game scheduled. I didn't think the NHL would want to go head to head with the NBA, which have a couple night games. But you know what? That's above my pay grade. I'm just on the radio talking about hockey and sneezing with you guys. I did send you a picture of my bird, Martin.
Okay.
If you want.
I'm looking at. Is it going to scar me? This is the bird that was under attack.
Down to its very last feather.
So it's got one feather. You see that? He Tinkerbell. He's a sweetheart. He's got the one feather left. He had a whole flock of feathers. Man, he was a beautiful
Doug, you
bird.
want to see the bird? I'll try and hold it up for the YouTube chat as well.
Dog got him. Mm-hmm.
It looks kind of sad, resting on your shoulder, like maybe a pirate movie.
Yeah, it's she loves being up high. She loves being up high on shoulders. He's a sweet soul. I got to rub Vaseline on his wounds a couple times a day. Yeah, I don't really know what I got into, but
there's a lot going on. Did Kirkwood have zoning? Doug, back in the day, didn't they have tight zoning laws over there? And now we got a guy who's got Marlon Perkins imitations going on in his house. But
anything else?
I think it's Texas rules.
Joey will be rested and ready to go tonight. Curbs, you've been warned. Joey is ready right now. In fact, the program right after us, BK and Fryer, live from Enterprise Center at 11 o'clock. Fastlane will be live there as well. So all day from the rink, getting you ready for the big tilt tonight. Joey, we'll see you down at the rink.
Sounds great, Martin. See you there. Thanks, Doug.
All right. Thanks, you,
Doug.
Joey.
Thanks, Doug. 28:41 on the clock. I think I set the over-under at about 28:30. And I got to say, we control it because we could say goodbye at any time. I did at about 27. I said goodbye, and I thought we're going under, but we weren't done. We weren't done.
Once he gets going.
That's fine.
I had a bird picture.
There's no better analyst in the world.
Joey's great.
Shooter McGavin said, where'd it go? Joey is the best. Oh, this thing's jumping on. Joey's the best. If we could bottle that energy and sell it in easy-to-drink form. He does have a lot of energy.
Boy, he does.
And a lot of animals.
But if you have a bird, don't you keep it in a cage? How do the dogs get to it if it's in the cage?
Well, it feels like the bird's not safe.
Does the bird just have free reign in the house?
Whoa, dog.
What?
Permission to share bird pic on fan page. Is that because I held it up? Does the bird have to sign a waiver?
I wouldn't think so.
I don't know how he does that. I am strictly anti-winged animal, so I couldn't be me.
You wouldn't want a bird in your house?
No, absolutely
You're not
not.
afraid of them, are you?
There's a level of fear involved, yeah.
Of a little bird?
Yeah, I told you the other day during one of the commercial breaks a few years ago, I had just like a tiny little sparrow or something in that community make his way into my house, and I used to play some hockey back in my day, so I went downstairs, grabbed my helmet, my gloves, got the stick.
You needed a helmet to protect you from a bird that weighed probably a pound?
Yeah, and I was trying to gently coax him towards the exit, but he wasn't having any of it, and I ended up calling my parents to come up from Imperial to help me wrangle this thing and get it out.
Sakes.
Shout out Mom and Dad.
The biggest soy boy moment a person could have.
It's called a soy boy over there running the show.
Come up and get this bird out of my house. Were they disappointed in you?
I don't know about that. They do what they can to help me out, and fear of birds is a real thing, and I got it.
Damn it, Doug, pay attention. Joey said his youngest got the bird out of the cage, throw it up in the air, and the dog got to it. Another texter said if you were listening, which clearly you weren't, the son let the bird out, and I have to be honest, I wasn't listening 100% either.
I forgot that part of the story.
I missed that nugget as well. A lot of people now chiming in about the bird incident as opposed to Game 6, which features the Blues and Jets tonight.
We got them off track.
Doug, have you ever seen Looney Tunes? Jeez, Doug, awful radio.
Looney Tunes.
They're mad at us.
That's a movie, Looney Tunes?
Looney Tunes is the cartoon
with Daffy
right?
Duck and that.
He's like Johnny
We don't need a
Candy
knife full of Batwing.
with the bat. Let's see. I can't keep up with all the texts that Joey has prompted. Maybe we should take a break. It is the 8 o'clock hour here. The morning after TMA presented by Brown & Crouppen. The 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Fisher Window and Doors Store. Text in or email in because, of course, we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That's how we close out the show. Air Comfort Service text line 399-9646. 314-399-9646. We will try. I don't want to be accused of no text Chuck. Charlie Marlowe is known for not reading the text. We'll just unload text. They want more drops. I thought you did a great job mid-Joey weaving in some drops.
Yeah, I typically,
which were kind of insulting, but I liked it.
I don't typically like to go drops during a guest, but Joey feels like I can waive that rule a little bit.
He's more of a friend of the show.
And it was also hard to, another thing I try not to do is step on people, even Joey. And there's not a lot of room to breathe when Joey gets going.
No, you got to be quick.
You're looking for that opening that just isn't there.
Yeah.
The phone lines, which featured Chris Pronger in the 7 o'clock hour, Joey Vitale, Andy Strickland, Strick Dog at 9 o'clock. But also, if listeners want to get involved, at some point we'll answer the phone. 974-0101, 314-974-0101. Those are brought to you by Collier and Thompson. This is the Morning After on 101 ESPN. MidAmerica.com or FlyMidAmerica.com is the website. That's where you can book your next flight. Looking to warm up, head out to Vegas, weekend trip, golf trip, or go to Hilton Head, Florida. 7 different destinations, all of those going out of MidAmerica St. Louis Airport in Mascoutah, Illinois. Again, the website is FlyMidAmerica.com. Also adding Gulf Shores into the mix of places you like to load up the car and go to. Don't have to do that anymore. Instead of loading up the car with all the kids, just book a flight. Great prices from Allegiant Air, and now the convenience of MidAmerica St. Louis Airport. Parking less than $10 a day. Easy to get in, get checked in, and get to your gate. The typical time, I say this every time, because it's hard to wrap your head around it. From parking the car to the actual gate to get ready to get on the flight, about 15 minutes. Think about that with your latest airport experience. 15 minutes from car to gate. and great prices, great destinations, Gulf Shores, Destin, Fort Myers, Fort Lauderdale, all over Florida, Vegas, Hilton Head. All of that sounds good right about now. Get online and book your flight at flymidamerica.com.
The gateway cities, hearts ignite. Under the arch, we bring the fight. Benny in the net, holding the line tight. Blues charging forward in the playoff light. Joe Boozler got us on a roll. Thomas and Cairo gonna light up the goal. With a note on our chest, we won't stop or fly. 2025, we're bringing home the cup.
Doug, you like this one? You like your country roots?
Sure, I like this.
Boy, a week ago, Brooks and Dunn were holding down the fort at Enterprise Center before Cat Williams rolled in on Saturday, pushing the game back to Sunday, and all that rest. You're going to remember it all at the parade, Doug. You're going to be talking about Brooks and Dunn, Cat Williams, BTO moving their show. It's all about logistics on this program. TMA brought to you by Brown and Crouppen, 9 o'clock hour. We're going to talk to Andy Strickland in just a little bit. They've got the call tonight, FanDuel Sports Network. We also have the drops of the week, Doug. It's a Friday tradition, and Jackson is out with his buddies. It's a bachelor party weekend at the Zarks, he calls it, the Lake of the Ozarks.
I think he's noodling at the Ozarks.
Noodling. He said he would not touch the water.
I DM'd his friend, Private Citizen Pete, and offered him a little bounty if he'll shove him in the lake.
Oh, wow.
How much?
I don't talk unit size.
Oh, okay.
No unit size talk, but we do have the drops of the week.
Morning after.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off. I think it not only is brazen.
Watch your hands, Buster.
Boy, I wore some pink underwear at Mizzou.
Ooh, you're a bitch.
Hey, hello, bitch.
I could sit down and just eat a bucket of that meat.
You like it on your nipples, boy.
Well, that's a lot to digest, Tim. Obnoxious.
I got to get this rant off my chest here, then we'll get to some calls.
And then she comes home, she gets out of the door, and the boyfriend is 10 years older than me.
One of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
He calls me Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs.
Oh, wait. Was she a great big fat person?
I don't know how many fudge eaters there are out there.
How about that?
Okay, buddy.
Yeah, thanks.
That was drops of the week. Drop, down, drop. Get it.
There's a lot going on there.
Another disappointing week.
Did he actually weave in Buffalo Bob, the real Buffalo Bob?
Yep, I caught that.
After caller Dan Jansen was accused of being the real Buffalo Bob, I think Jackie Papers weaved in. You wonder what he does all afternoon, Doug, when he's here?
That's what it is, I guess.
He's going back with the forensics of the show that was, the audio that was on the show. John Kelly telling Tim after one of his questions that it was a lot to digest. This show's a lot to digest.
Speaking of Jackson putting in some work in the afternoon, you both probably saw the text we got for the Papal Conclave yesterday.
Yes.
We had our Listener of the Month election yesterday.
When is that announced?
I'm going to announce it right now.
There it is.
Oh,
okay, wow.
Fabulous.
Yeah. And
Listener of the Month.
This will be Listener of the Month for the month of April.
What are the qualifications? What are the standards?
I think you just have to submit an application.
That's it.
Yep.
I tried to get Matt Holliday to win Listener of the Month because he's a loyal listener, and then he said he didn't want to go through the process.
Oh, yeah, I don't blame him. Should we announce the finalists, or is that all secret?
I have the finalist right here.
Okay.
Yeah, I was prepared for that. So for April Listener of the Month, we had the Bridgeton Landfill Fume Huffer, active in the YouTube chat.
Sure.
We had Alan Dadeville, big Georgia Bulldogs fan. We had Kevin at the Lake, who I think is a multifaceted participant, little texting here and there. We had Steve in Wildwood.
Okay. Always a presence.
Yeah. And then Big Tuft, DBA TMA Remote Lamp in the YouTube chat.
Okay.
Those were the finalists.
Okay. So they were the finalists. And only one gets to be listener. And what comes with that distinct honor?
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there's a TMA prize pack, some different goodies.
Okay.
This might be where you get that portable Bluetooth speaker, good for hitting the golf course. We got the Dotem coming up. So, yeah, a little swag box there. And this guy is no stranger to taking home awards with this program. Former Listener of the Year. Congratulations to Steve in Wildwood.
Steve in Wildwood.
He won it, did he?
For the April Listener of the Month.
I forget what he did in April.
I don't know.
I think just a couple of calls here and there.
Texts,
okay.
Pretty consistent presence. And he's the one who has dinner reservations tonight at Wright's Tavern that took him a long time to secure.
Oh, that's right.
Could you have picked if you're a sports fan,
worst night?
You may have picked the worst night to have dinner reservations. No offense, Steve, and congrats as well, because the Cardinals, Blues, Battlehawks are all playing in that 7 o'clock hour. Listener of the month, Steve in Wildwood, who is a chairman much like Kurt is.
He's had a big career with this presentation.
He has, and we've seen what being a listener of the year can do for you. That's how I got started. I was the inaugural listener of the year.
The inaugural listener of the year.
And now, look at me now.
Yeah, and look at Steve, too. He's got that fancy high-rise overlooking Busch Stadium. He's got 2 or 3 homes, Dogtown, Wildwood, you name it, homes all over town.
You got myself, you got Steve. I think Buck Swope might have won it last year.
You can make a lot of money listening to this show.
TMA royalty. Now, did you vote in this one, Martin? I feel like sometimes you abstain.
I didn't want to let
You don't
people
have to answer that.
I often see the text and say, I need to take care of that. And then the next day I go, crap. And then they announce the winner, and I'm like, I don't know if I was able to vote. But, much like the Raiders always would abstain. Every time the NFL had a vote, it was their tradition to abstain, Doug. Whatever the topic.
Because Al Davis was pouting?
Al Davis would just abstain. And I don't know why, but he would often just sit this one out. I may or may not have remembered to vote, but it's a papal conclave. Everyone else has voted. It is the 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour. We closed out the 8 o'clock. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. We've got a busy 9 o'clock. Strick on deck, Andy Strickland with a little more breakdown. We got a Game 6 tonight. Blues and Jets. We'll do that after this. TMA brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
This is Chairman Kurt with another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. If hockey isn't your thing, we got Cardinals baseball tonight at Busch. Sonny Gray on the mound going up against Clay Holmes. First pitch will be at 7:15. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Oh, yeah. Well, the ice is cold and the lights are bright. Blues will take the cup on a Saturday night. Robert Thomas dancing with the puck. Snipe the top shelf, oh, what a run of luck. Oh, and O.B. Clark's, the crowd's going wild.
O.B. Clark's got a weekend. Let's get to Uncle Strick, Andy Strickland. This is Daddy's time of year. We call it DTOY. Andy Strickland with FanDuel Sports Network. They've got the broadcast tonight. Strick on the pregame, the postgame, the endgame. Gets to do the player of the game on the ice. That's kind of cool. Broadcast to the entire building. Strick, on a 1 to 10, how fired up are you for tonight?
Well, I would say I'm a 10, Marty. I mean, it's Game 6, obviously a chance to extend the series and get it to a Game 7. So they're at home ice. The crowd has been absolutely buzzing, as you know. Listen, there's nothing like playoff hockey, man. The city's electric. So how could I not be a 10, man? I'm ready to go tonight.
How about the matchup? We've got a little bad blood now. Coaches kind of sniping at each other. Shifley didn't even make the trip. It seems like the Jets maybe are a little more pissed off at the Blues than even vice versa.
Maybe, I mean, listen, we've seen coaches kind of go at each other a little bit. John Cooper, Paul Maurice have been doing that. At least they were in the Tampa Bay, Florida series. But, these are two guys that have known each other for a long time, going back to when Monty was a player playing in the American Hockey League. So, early in the series, they talked about how much respect they have for one another, how much they like one another. But, listen, Monty obviously came out. He wanted to make the league aware, at least, make the suggestion that Shifley's injury wasn't related to the shin hit, and it was from the Foxa hit, where he literally skated right into Radek Foxa. That line was the best line in the game, by the way, the Blues' fourth line. But, obviously you look at the other side, and, Scott Arniel, for good reason, he's upset. His best player is unavailable for Game 6, not making the trip. So I'm sure emotions are high when your best player gets hurt and he's out of the series for now.
How big a factor do you expect that to be tonight, not having Shifley?
Listen, it's a great question, and it's the obvious question to ask for sure. But talking to hockey people over the course of the last few days, they don't believe it hurts Winnipeg nearly as much in the short term as much as it would in the long term. If Winnipeg's able to get past St. Louis, get into the second round, if they advance even past the second round, and they don't have their captain and their best player in Mark Scheifele, you just can't replace these type of guys. His ability to make plays, the chemistry that he has with Kyle Connor, is just irreplaceable. 89 points in the regular season. We all know that he can score goals too. So in the short term, I think they can get by. They played pretty well, actually. Probably played better without him than they did with him in the previous game after he went out of the lineup. Short term, they're fine. Long term, it can really hurt them.
I think Blues-wise, a couple of names, like Bolduc for sure, need to get him going. I mean, some guys have been quiet. What can they do? Let's just start with him. Zach Bolduc, what have you seen? Coach Strick, what have you seen from his game?
Well, he's got to get shots to the net. He's got no shots on goal each of the last two games, so that'll be a start. I mean, listen, he's a young kid. This is a big stage for him. He's not a guy that played in the World Juniors in the past, although he did play in the Memorial Cup in Canada. So he has played in huge games in the past. I shouldn't say that about Zachary Bolduc, but it's tough to score in the playoffs. But for me, it's not about him coming into a game like tonight. When it's Game 6 and you're trying to stave off elimination, this is about your best players. And this is an opportunity for your best players to make a statement that you are truly considered an elite player in the NHL. And so not to put it all on the shoulders of guys like Robert Thomas and Pavel Buchnevich and Jordan Kyrou and, the other names that are, the guys that drive the bus for the Blues offensively. But it'll be tough to win a game like tonight, or certainly to win the series if they don't have their best players leading the way offensively. So this is where you want guys like the Thomases and the Buchneviches. This has got to be their game. They got to be the storyline coming out of it.
Yeah, Kyrou didn't generate much offense at all in Game 5. Are they doing something to bottle him up, or Or what's happening there?
Listen, I think it's a hard game. It's a physical game. Now, I don't know if he's still feeling the effects from the big monster hit that he took from Logan Stanley a couple of games ago, and maybe there's an injury there. But, listen, we all know what playoff hockey is and, what it takes to be successful. And you got to be willing to play in the hard areas and paying a price to make plays. It's physical out there. It's hard. It's not easy. And you're going to have bumps and bruises. And, listen, the guys that are truly willing to play through that typically have the success. That's why you see so many guys who are depth players versus just the household names stand out in a playoff series. And that's why the Foxer line was so successful in the recent game. You look at Nathan Walker obviously scoring 2 goals, and you can look at his second goal and say it didn't matter because it didn't necessarily impact the game. But, those are the types of plays that you want to see from your offensive players. I mean, the willingness to go up against the guy that's twice your size, win the physical battle behind the net, win the battle to the net front, and then obviously score the goal. I mean, a lot of guys obviously can take note of that. Nathan Walker still had 7 hits in the game. A guy like Braden Shen, not as dangerous offensively as some of the other guys we're talking about, like Kyrou, for example, but certainly can score, but he's laying it on the line each and every night. So I think he's third right now in penalty minutes. He's been there game in and game out for the Blues from a physical standpoint, setting the tone there. So I would imagine much of the same tonight, but it'd be a great game for Jordan Kyrou to break out, there's no doubt.
Yeah, Strick, a lot of folks texting about Tyler Tucker. I think the assumption is he's out for this series. Is that fair?
I would think so. Listen, the way I always say about injuries when it comes to the playoffs, because you're not going to get much information, about injuries in the Stanley Cup playoffs, and I get it. But if he's not practicing, if he's not on the ice with the team, then there's your answer.
What's your thought on Connor Hellebuyck? I still feel like there's tons of pressure on him. If he doesn't play well tonight, then that's a huge story going back for a Game 7. And I still, the other night, give Winnipeg credit, but the Blues weren't able to pepper him with shots. I just feel like, and when Snuggerud scored, it was the Blues' second goal, but only their 7th shot. So if you could kind of parlay that into 30 shots, you might do a lot of damage. What do the Blues do tonight to get a lot of shots to maybe put him under the gun?
Well, obviously play with a little more energy than what they played with the other night, and getting in on the forecheck and creating offensive chances off of that, and spending more time in the offensive zone, having more of a shot first mentality. Listen, Connor Hellebuyck is very vulnerable, and we've seen it. And so much talk about the Sundqvist save that he made the other day, but Sundqvist had the entire net wide open. If he one-times the puck there, that goes in. Not to say that it wasn't a great save, but, Hellebuyck, even in that situation, when you talk to goalie people, they'll say he put himself in a terrible spot. And, he doesn't have great feet when you talk to goalie, experts, guys who truly know the position, just in terms of his lateral movement. His feet kind of get stuck in the mud, they just stick to the ice. And in that situation, he just couldn't move from his left to his right and was forced to make a desperation save because of it. But and that's one that Oscar Sundqvist would like to have back, but it's a game-changing save at the same time. So, listen, there's so much pressure on Hellebuyck. He's talking about how much he's studying. That's probably annoying a lot of people, including former players. Like, hey, listen, stop talking about how much you're studying your goaltending and studying the shooters from the other team. Just go out there and get it done and win a big game when it matters, But you look at his last handful of road starts in the playoffs. He hasn't been good. I mean, going back to even last season, not just this year. So, he's a much different goaltender, it seems, at home in terms of, statistically when comparing it side by side. But, listen, he's been very vulnerable in this series. And, listen, unlike everybody else, I'm curious which version of Connor Hellebuyck are you going to get this season or tonight?
He has certainly looked vulnerable. It's hard to believe that he's considered the best goalie in the league, that the best goalie could be vulnerable at all. But yet he is. I guess he's just a different guy in the regular season?
I guess. I'm with you, Doug. I mean, listen, they come out with the finalists for the Hart Trophy, yesterday? And he's considered a favorite to win the Hart. He had 47 wins in the regular season. I think the all-time record for most wins in a season is like 48, something like that. So, 925 save percentage, 8 shutouts. I mean, his numbers are incredible. But when you look at how they play and how structured they are defensively, how good and how big they are from the defensive standpoint. There is some help there. The Blues are deeper offensively. I think the Blues have more forwards than Winnipeg has in terms of guys that are capable of scoring on a consistent basis. But, Winnipeg plays the system, and they play it very well, and they've got really strong skaters on the back end. I'm not going to sit here and say Hellebuck is not a great goaltender. Listen, he's about to win his third Vezina. But I'm not about to put him in the category of a Marty Brodeur or a Patrick Waugh or a Dominic Hasek either. Eddie Belfour, or any of these guys. I mean, those guys made their name not only because of the regular season numbers, but their ability to get it done in the playoffs and have moments in the playoffs. This guy is yet to do that. He had another chance, obviously, representing USA in the Four Nations, lost to Bennington in Canada in the championship game there. So there's no doubt that he's feeling it. But their backup goaltender, I think, had over a 91 save percentage. And when your backup has a, 914, something like that, save percentage, then it just makes you wonder. If the backup goaltender was rolling in with an 89 save percentage or 88 save percentage, you'd be like, wow, Hellebuck is truly that much better than everybody else. But both goaltenders have impressive numbers. So, again, great goaltender, a lot of talent. Reputation is probably deserved as a great regular season goalie right now. But he hasn't put it together in the postseason. I want to say, going into Game 5, 7 of his last 9 starts, he had allowed 4 or more goals. And 5 of his previous 9 starts, he had allowed 5 or more. And he's allowed 4 or more goals in each of his last 6 road starts, I believe, in the playoffs. So this is beginning to be a trend, and all of Winnipeg is hoping that he shows up tonight. We'll see what we see from Connor Hellebuck here at the Enterprise Center at 7 o'clock.
Andy Strickland with FanDuel Sports Network. They've got the broadcast tonight on the TV side. Strick is our chosen one today. He's also got the Hockey Sense show later. I'm a lemming for Hockey Sense. Going back, there was a time you had Patrick Berglund on after the Blues won the Cup on a Friday. It's always been on a Friday. And he was literally crying because he had missed out. They had traded him, and he saw all of his buddies succeed and win the Cup. Where do I find Hockey? As long as it's not on another radio station. Is it on YouTube right now?
It's on YouTube. It's on every platform. I took it away from radio. We just took it strictly to the podcast platform. Cam and I obviously do the Cam and Strick podcast, so there's an audience for it. Love the podcast platform. This allows you to be a little more free range. Kind of say what you want to say. No rules, Marty. We don't like rules,
Cam, hold on, Strick. Cam told me that you guys actually edit the beginning of the podcast, and I said, "Are you sure?" Because I've heard it.
There's not a lot of edits.
No.
Listen, we'll protect our guests. I will say that, but we don't want any guests to come on the podcast and feel like they're going to get canceled or get any type of negative reaction. So sometimes these conversations can get loose, and if we feel like maybe this comment or something that a guest says could put them in hot water, we'll take that out. We don't want anyone being afraid to come on the Cam and Strick podcast. It's a safe haven for people to come in and talk. But Hockey Sense is available on YouTube and all platforms, and we try to make it a little more local-centric, versus the Cam and Strick podcast where we kick around everything hockey-related, although I always say that it's not even a hockey podcast. It just happens to have the biggest names in the history of hockey come on. We kick around all different types of topics mixed in with some hockey talk. Hockey Sense is purely hockey talk, focused mostly on the St. Louis Blues.
Final thought for me, Andy, as far as big picture for the Blues, this season, I think you don't want to say, well, if they lose, it's fine. But I feel like most people that follow the team are excited about the future. How big was this step for what Armstrong kind of talked about? Because he did say, oh, we're building. And I was like, I don't know. But if you miss the playoffs 3 years in a row, it doesn't feel like there's really any momentum. But now Snuggerud's on the scene, and Bolduc had a great year. And it seemed Neighbors has emerged. Where do you think moving forward, what would the expectations be next year? Granted, we haven't seen the offseason, but is this as big a building block as it appears?
Well, I want to go a little 622 blue on you right now, Marty, because listen, I feel like it's a win already, to be honest with you. Now, I agree with you. They needed to make the playoffs. just because, missing the playoffs 3 years in a row, you never want to have that type of slump or be out of the playoffs for 3 consecutive years. But just getting to the playoffs and getting Snuggerud here and getting him a taste of playoff hockey, this guy's playing some unreal hockey right now, getting the attention of a lot of people inside the organization, and he's got a bright future. Neighbors, you mentioned, even though he had the breakout season last year with 27 goals, but his first taste of the playoffs, Bolduc, Tyler Tucker, man, he's another guy. He signed a 2-year contract extension. He had never played in the playoffs before. But, getting Broberg, seeing what he looks like in the playoffs. I know he hasn't put up a point yet, but he's been a plus player in every game. I think he's plus 16 for his career in 25 career playoff games, something like that. Just looking that up this morning. This guy is proven that he can handle playing playoff hockey and doing it at a high level. They miss Holloway big time. Everybody knows that. But they've got significant talent on the way with Dvorsky and a couple of the Swedes and some players that they drafted on the back end as recent as last year. And I would expect some changes. You're going to see some players moved out and some new players coming in next season that's going to bolster this roster. And I would think coming into next year, based off of what we've seen in the second half of this year and how they've competed against the President's Trophy winner, the bar's been raised, and they're going to be expected to be a top 3 team in the Central Division next season.
Andy Strickland checking in with us. Game 6 tonight, Blues and Winnipeg Jets, FanDuel Sports Network, or Andy Strickland on Twitter. Cam and Strick Podcast, Hockey Sense, all of the above. Santa Strick, thanks for checking in.
Looking forward to the game tonight, fellas. You guys have a great day.
All right, Andy, thank you.
Big sports night downtown St. Louis. The BK and Ferrario show live from Enterprise Center. Fastlane live from Enterprise Center. Also a watch party tonight if you're out and about. We're going to have a watch party with Anthony Stalter from 7 to 9. They're going to be at Cafe Telegraph watching the game. A lot of folks will be tuning in that can't get into the building. Again, Cardinals sold 30,000 tickets for this game with the Mets. 38,000 or so sold for Saturday and Sunday. Somebody earlier wanted to know if Doc Gooden would be at the Blues game. I think he'll be at the Cardinals game.
I would think so, yeah.
When the Cards play the Mets. Battlehawks against Arlington. Doug will be tuned in at 6:30 for the pregame coverage.
And you're doing pregame from the Enterprise Center for the Battlehawks.
Well, I'm going to be on the hockey beat from 4 to 7-ish, but on the Battlehawks beat, I've got a presence, we like to say, Doug.
Presence,
maybe
so something on
tape.
video. Okay.
Maybe on tape. We talked to Coach Beck. They had a walkthrough at the Dome yesterday. Talked to Coach Beck about the showdown. This is a big one if they do want to get, for the Battlehawks fans, if you want them to make that UFL championship game, which is in St. Louis, this is pretty big because they're kind of fighting for second place with Arlington.
Okay.
The opponent. You'll find out all about it. 6:30 tonight on the 2 Fox. This is the morning after, 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. We've got the email of the day, 10 o'clock hour. That's from Design Air. They bring you that. Michelob Ultra with the YouTube chat. Stiefel Dossier bringing us Chris Pronger, Joey Vitale, as well as Andy Strickland. The week kicked off with John Gruden, Tony La Russa, and somebody texted us a picture of Gruden saying, wheels up, he's on his way.
Oh, is he?
He'll be in the building tonight, Coach Gruden. What a week on this show. What a week for St. Louis. It's TMA, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Together Credit Union wants to help you make that next home purchase. It can be complicated. We know that. The word is complicated, as I was trying to say. Together Credit Union, here to help you out. It's the hometown home loan provider. Together Credit Union has home loan solutions for every buyer. Get in on the action, whether you're buying your first home, downsizing, sizing up, or if you need a second mortgage, Together Credit Union can help. They have all types of loans, adjustable rate, fixed rate. They even have specialty loans like FHA, construction, union member mortgages, community contributor mortgages. Together Credit Union understands that this whole process can be a bit confusing. They're going to help you every step of the way, and it's all handled in-house here in St. Louis. Together Credit Union's experienced team will handle the underwriting, servicing, everything in between. All of that is done locally. So remember, Together Credit Union is your hometown home loan provider. Check out the rates at togethercu.org. Here's to making St. Louis your home. Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
Skate boys, oh yeah, the blues are marching in.
Benna, Thomas, Holloway, and Shen. Playing tough and the D is tight. Clark Avenue be hopping tonight. If the puck rolls right and they keep it up. 2019 against Stanley's Cup. There's a long way to go, but these boys can skate. West Coast game, I'm staying up late.
Clark will be hopping tonight. Cardinals are at home. Blues at home.
Let's go.
Or if you're going downtown, hate to sound like Roger Brand, but if you're going downtown, you might
Captain Roger Brand, take us home.
Take us home. You might want to leave early. I mean, every game's starting right around 7. So you're talking about 4 or 5 o'clock. It's going to be a madhouse.
Yeah.
Plan ahead is all we say.
Maybe take off work early, head down there, and just start boozing it up at what, like 2 in the afternoon?
This is Tim is out for those just tuning in. Tim under the weather, and people are concerned because it's supposed to be a pony show. It's a sundress pony, Doug.
You think maybe he's just shopping all morning for sundresses?
For a sundress. I thought that the sundresses were referring to women. But it's 20. No. I don't know. It's
2025.
I don't know anymore. Wear whatever you'd like. It's supposed to be a sundress pony show between Battlehawks, Cardinals, and Blues, all playing in that 7 o'clock hour. Toronto did get the first round win. The Maple Leafs coach Berube, we're rooting for Chief, I'm sure, I would think. No offense to Brady Tkachuk and the Ottawa Senators. Toronto won that game 6, meaning they move on. And now you've got the Maple Leafs taking on another Tkachuk, Matthew Tkachuk, and the Maple Leafs for a second-round showdown. Kurt, what's the backstory here, though? The Maple Leafs nearly had a major snafu.
Yeah, so the Leafs have a couple of brothers on the team, Nylanders, and I believe one of them was a scratch. I think he's dealing with an injury. And they put the injured Nylander brother in the lineup and scratched the healthy Nylander brother. And apparently just not too long before puck drop, either an on-ice or off-ice official spotted it and did them the courtesy of letting them know. Because if puck drops and you've got the incorrect lineup in, there's no penalty, but the healthy guy would not have been able to play.
Wow. I mean, William Nylander is their leading goal scorer. He's a superstar, 45 goals. So if you accidentally say no William Nylander, that would be bad.
And we've got a little audio here from broadcast last night of I think it was on TNT, of them talking about the lineup snafu.
I wanted to explain a little bit more about what happened at the start of the game tonight, because it could have been disastrous for Toronto. This is the official roster report. Number 92, Alexander Nylander, Willie's brother, is listed, and Willie is listed as a scratch. Now, Rule 5.1 is, before the game, if an on or off ice official notices, which clearly somebody did, you can go to the team and say, we are going to allow you to make the correction. You can fix that here. But if the puck had dropped and the game had started and nobody had noticed this, Willie Nylander could have been removed from the game. There isn't a penalty for that. It's only if you get the starting lineup wrong that there's a penalty, but Willie Nylander could have been removed from the game.
What happened? Well, the starting lineup is absolute overkill for a coaching staff. Literally, our video coach says it to one coach, he reads the whole number and guy okays it. He goes to a second coach, same thing. Feels like overkill, number, name, and go. And then the third time after the lineup, he says it to me, and I have to say okay before he hits it. So obviously they got the name wrong today. Could have been a disaster.
And by starting lineup, they mean the whole roster, right?
Correct.
They don't mean just the guys who skate for the first 30 seconds.
Correct.
Yeah, like who are basically identifying your scratches, too, who's not in the lineup.
And with the position the Leafs were in, up 3-2, but everybody talking about is, are they going to leaf it up again? If they had let that go through and that came back to bite them, and then they go to a Game 7 where anything can happen, man, Chief would have been...
And it sounded like from the explanation there, the TNT panel, it sounded like it was up to the Senators. Like if they had... Is that the way you heard it as well? I know when Joey Vitale explained who attacked the bird, I didn't exactly hear the whole story. But I thought on that one, I did hear them say, like, the opponent can object or allow it, right?
Yeah.
So what if the Senators said, nope, we're holding you to that? That's the way I heard it.
Yeah, why wouldn't they? If you get an advantage.
Sure.
Man. Willie scored 45 goals this year. His brother Alexander had 0.
That would be.
You think that would be disappointing to be upstaged by your brother to that degree?
Coach Montgomery, if you're listening, I said in the 7 o'clock hour that I felt like I was the team's good luck charm. We could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If you need me to come down, Look over the official
roster.
I'll look over the official lineup card. I'll check it once, check it twice.
Dot some I's.
Yep.
Cross a few T's.
You can give it the go ahead. We'll make sure everybody that's supposed to be in that lineup is, and get me in the building, and we'll be talking Game 7.
Well, this is Kurt's way into the building.
I almost asked Joey if he would put me in the trunk of his car and sneak me in that way.
Well, you could sneak in the parking lot. That wouldn't necessarily get you in the building.
But some of these guys, I don't know if Joey's on that. You like logistics, Doug.
I do.
The players actually drive into the arena.
When I used to work
inside.
at a restaurant, we catered some of the away teams' meals, and I would drive the van, and you go down a little ramp there, and you can see all the players' cars. They've got the placards with their name in there. So I don't know if Joey goes down there or not, but
there's that many parking spots. I haven't seen it, because just for the Blues, you'd need 30 parking spots.
I didn't ask a whole lot of questions, but
logistics.
I know.
Hello.
I know.
If you go behind all those production trucks that are doing the broadcast, there's a bunch of cars, and Chaser tells the story, and it wasn't that long ago, in the last 5 years or so, a playoff game, and Chaser said he's driving it, and he's behind Brett Hull, and he sees a guy with a headset and a walkie-talkie stop Hull, and it's taken a while, and apparently the guy's like, yeah, what's your name? He said, Brett Hull. And the guy's like, I'm going to have to call it in. And so he's like jamming him up for a while. And Chaser's laughing because he's in the car behind him. And he said it takes like 5 minutes, and they finally they wave him through. And Chaser goes, what was that about? And the guy said, well, we just have to check everybody. He goes, and I wasn't sure it was. And he said, well, I know who you are. You're fired. That's what Chaser said to the guy who tried to jam up Holy. Meaning that won't sit well with number 16.
The hardest guy to get past is the guy who just got his job there and has been told, you don't let anybody go unless they've got proper credentials. And then it doesn't matter if a superstar shows up without the proper credentials, he's not getting in.
I've been stopped before at the entrance to Fox 2. There's a security guard, and sometimes they're new. And I'll run in if I don't have my card, or we're like, sir, where do you think you're going? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm going back to the sports. Do you work here? I'm like, I have for a little while. And the first City game ever, it was the debut of City Park, and we were scheduled to interview Carolyn Kindle, the owner. And we got to the security gate, and the guy said, where are you going? I said, we have an interview set up with Fox 2 with Carolyn Kindle. He said, who's that? I said, you might want to look it up. You might want to look it up. She owns the team that plays in this building where you work.
Yeah.
Logistics.
I get tattoos of Carlos Martinez on my mama.
I got locked out of Channel 4 a few times, too, and could not get past the guard and have to call someone. They'd call someone within the newsroom, and they'd have to come out and get me.
Is that why you weren't on last night? You got locked out?
That's it, exactly. Yeah. In fact, that's happened for about 3.5 straight years.
You've been trying. You have hot takes you want to deliver.
Right.
And Savard won't let you in.
I've got scores and highlights and cannot get them delivered.
BK and Ferrario live from Enterprise Center. That's coming up at 11 o'clock. Fastlane will also be live from 2 to 6 from Enterprise Center. Blues, Jets. It's a Game 6 if we haven't mentioned that. 9 o'clock hour here brought to you by Mark Hanna. Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Texters have been busy today on the Air Comfort Service text line. Many with thoughts and prayers for Tim. Out sick today. Jackson, this day would have been mocking him. I think had Tim been here and that not become the focus, mocking Jackie Papers being with his buddies on a golf trip.
Right.
The 11 of them are staying at a big old condo. Doug, you thought it was a tent.
I think it's just a tent with no pole in the center. It's a newer tent.
We'll get a full report on Monday. Big Tough says, is KG actually the drop prince? They're enjoying the drops today.
I like that's one of my favorite parts about being over here is just finding that when you hit the hole and you find that perfect moment and it's apropos of the conversation, that's a good feeling.
Sharon and Clayton has texted in and said, Chairman, you go with me to pull fire alarms at the Ritz this afternoon and I'll find a way to get you in tonight.
What's up, Sharon? Yeah.
Your Joe Buck drop earlier got some mentions for being timely because Joey's story was a bit complicated, we'll say. And then Joe Buck chimed in, which gave you, you might be the drop prince is what they're calling you now. And a number of folks who have said the app is not working. Earlier it was like 1 or 2 texts, but a lot of people are saying the website and the app, something is going on. We apologize. The best I can say, Doug, is we've made the proper people aware.
Yeah, we've got our best folks on it.
We have anybody on it at all?
Well, we're hoping that it gets addressed. Apologies for those who are trying to use the app. Apology, which means they can't hear me. That's the thing. If they can't hear the show,
yeah, that's a problem.
You go to the YouTube chat, which is the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Different ways to listen to the show. Always find it later in the day as well, like Chris Pronger, who was on in the 7 o'clock hour making fun of me and Doug, which he's apt to do, but also breaking down this series, talking about the Braden Shen hit and how that is seen by the league. Joey Vitale in the 8 o'clock hour, breaking down the Jets. Also French onion soup talk about the hotel in Winnipeg, and a little bit of hockey, and then Coach Andy Strickland in this hour. Busy day on TMA, all of it brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
I'm going to play, baby. I get any girl I want.
Michael's has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes great pride in helping make sure that his customers are satisfied. So you want to go into the stores that they have in the St. Louis area and see what Michael's Flooring has to offer you. They're in Creve Coeur, they're in Darden Prairie, and they're in St. Peters, and you can learn more at igotfloored.com. Michael's Flooring has continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying his products as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. It's Michael's Flooring. They're online at igotfloored.com. Michael's Passions Flooring. And when you order from me, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. It's Michael's Flooring online at igotfloored.com.
area. We're really on a run now. Running for the Stanley Cup, yeah. We gotta get it somehow.
Sweet Jesus, KG, that was a timber fake deep pull. Man, that drops on the way to the break. Jackie Papers, Wally Pip. Jackson back on Monday with Tales from the Lake. Tim, hopefully back on Monday. Under the weather today, Tim McKernan out. Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt with you on this glorious Friday in St. Louis, although it's a little cloudy. Doug, I don't know what they said, Channel 4 last night. What's the weather forecast? You go on right after the weather.
Locked out of the building.
Locked out of the building. 3-week vacation. Sun being born. Missed an hour and a half, but we've got clouds out there. We've got a game 6, hopefully a game 7. And the Vaughn Index earlier told us 3-2, which was also eerily similar to the series 3-2. Home team has held serve. Blues do have 14 straight home wins. It does feel like they'll get it done, and then Game 7 is sort of up for grabs. It's hard to have a gut on a Game 7. It'd be tough to go to their building and win. But if you somehow win this game, but also either score a bunch or score a fluky goal or a bad goal by Hellebuck, I just feel like that narrative didn't stop with one win in Winnipeg. If you're able to win tonight, and if Hellebuck plays poorly, I mean, think about it. He's played 2 games in this series in St. Louis. Both games he was pulled. Wasn't pulled all season. Don't you think, Doug, tonight you get the win and somehow he's part of the story, then they've got that narrative back in their room?
Yeah, you would think. You would have thought that it would work that way for Game 5, and it didn't really.
He wasn't great, though.
He wasn't great, but they didn't shoot on him.
Right.
Very much.
Oh, look at that! Look at this, look at that!
That's what they need to do.
Look at this, look at that.
I'm all in favor of a fluky goal. Those are always fun. I was watching, I think it was the Dallas-Colorado game. Guy took a shot. It bounced off 2 different defenders. They called it a double doinker and then got past the goalie. And sometimes that's your whole season rides on that. You can't possibly plan that.
Care of us.
It's just
gods took care of us.
They did. Yeah, it's just blind luck at sometimes.
A double doinker. And we were guessing earlier in the week, even if we knew who it was going to be, we wouldn't announce it because part of the fun for the Blues is they line up a former player to come out. Their Pronger for Game 3, it was Patty Maroon on Sunday. Game 4, they waved the old rally towel, swig a beer. My source, I believe Kelly Chase is not in town. Okay, so I'm going to take him. We mentioned John Gruden's going to be at the game. Suddenly, the biggest Blues fan in the world is John Gruden, friend of the show. He's going to be there. Could he be the guy? I mean, it's all in fun, but I do think if you're a former player, you're like, I wouldn't mind doing that.
Yeah.
Maybe Bernie Federko, Mr. Blue. He's going to be there.
He could be working, though.
Yeah, they could excuse him for a minute or two. I mean, it's hard to go wrong with Bernie.
No, everybody loves Bernie. Yeah.
And the Gruden thing, I think he gets a Jumbotron moment where he kind of does the old fist bump and the crowd goes crazy. I don't think he's up there.
Maybe a short video, maybe just like a 10 or 15
looking
second,
like
let's
Chucky.
go. Yeah.
Come mid-June, we could be hoisting that chalice.
Yeah, we could sing something like that.
Stephen Wildwood wants Monty to throw down with Scott Arneal. How about Strick, who always has great hockey knowledge, says that goes back to their days playing against each other in the American Hockey League Association.
Have you ever seen a game in any sport where the coaches fought each other?
Yes.
LaRussa and Dusty Baker used to yell at each other.
And then middle finger.
Yeah.
Well, Lloyd McClendon, I think, attacked Dave Duncan in Pittsburgh. That was a mini brawl.
Yeah.
I used to, Tony and Dusty would always fly the middle bird over there. I miss that. We're all for it. Scott Arneal,
fight for me, boys.
Scott Arneal said that Mark Scheifele, not even on the trip. The Blues couldn't get out of Winnipeg. They spent the night Wednesday and then multiple plane issues, but it led to a great team dinner, Doug. You learned that on this show. They arrived at the restaurant. Richie Jankowski called and said, yeah, I need a table for 55 people. And they had salmon and capers waiting for him, Doug.
The capers are especially nice. And he said some mushroom things, or was it mushroom stuff?
You know, I love Joey. I don't always listen to every word. So things are repeated later. I'm like,
I would think it'd be hard at the last minute to say, yeah, we got a hockey team coming. You got room for us. Maybe it's so late at night that they do. I don't know, especially a really good restaurant.
But you're not going to say no. I mean,
yeah, you'll find a way to bring in that.
I suppose,
mean, that what, 10 to 15 grand bill probably. Boys are probably having some beers and wine, and they're not paying for it. They're like, hey, Tom, Mr. Stillman, just a quick update. We're stuck in Winnipeg. Do you care if we just run over and grab the boys something to eat?
And the team pays for all that, I guess, every time.
Guys make $8 million a year. Well, I wasn't planning on staying in Winnipeg. I shouldn't have to pay for this meal. Stillman gets a bill for 15. I mean, think about it. And traveling, I'm guessing, I have no idea. Let's say the traveling party this time of year is 50 people. That's probably a little bit high. Each meal is probably at least 200. Drinks, appetite, right? There's 10 grand right there.
Boy, that's pretty high.
You think 200's too high?
Well, I don't have a lot of $200 meals.
With the tariffs you're slapping on people, Doug.
Yeah, that makes a difference.
But there is nothing like seeing the media eat.
And then there's a guy who works for the billion-dollar corporation making $40,000 a year, travels, and they say, wait, what is this $5 tip you left at the restaurant?
Did you stop for coffee twice?
Yeah. Did you pay for two people?
Doug, I like good stories, and I know I get roasted because mine aren't always good stories, but I worked in Rhinelander, Wisconsin, God's country, way up north. They had an NBC affiliate. A town of 8,000 people had an NBC affiliate.
8,000 people?
Yes, because years earlier, there was a state senator from Rhinelander, and he secured like the FCC rights or whatever, so he put it in his hometown. It made no sense. Wausau was the big city with 50,000 people. But we had no money, the stations, but we would go to Packer games. This is the greatest thing. We'd get a credential. We'd go to the Packers games. Brett Favre's the quarterback. And you could turn in your receipts if you stopped at Taco Bell or McDonald's and spent $8. And you'd get reimbursed. And by God, then you wanted that $8 back.
Oh, yeah.
So there was a woman in charge who always just busted your balls about everything. Well, it was supposed to be 10 or under, and you spent 11, like whatever it was. She would send it back and say, you went over your budget by $1 or $2. Years later, I'm gone, moved away. Big story in the paper up there. The woman, Bridget Jorgensen, had been stealing from the company for years, went to prison for embezzlement. And I said, no wonder she was so hopping mad. That was her money, Doug. She was going to keep that money that we were spending.
And she did, apparently.
Apparently, she was pocketing money the entire time. And we were always getting shaken down for $1. Oh, you went to Taco John's. You're only allowed to go on Taco Tuesday.
Why do so many people think they're going to get away with that?
I don't know.
Because you hear those kind of stories frequently in
There's
other
locally
businesses.
a bank guy just got busted for embezzling like $2 million over the course of a year.
And think they're going to get away with that.
I think that might get noticed. We'll take your embezzlement emails, your Game 6 emails, your Rhinelander emails. There's a design email of the day that's coming to your way at the end of the 10 o'clock hour. Got the YouTube chat going with the Michelob Ultra folks. The text line is the Air Comfort Service text line, 399-9646. Chris Pronger, Andy Strickland, Joey Vitale, all part of the program. We've gotten conflicting messages about the app not working. Some now are saying, what are you talking about?
I tested it on my phone 4 times, and it was working each of those. So, the good thing is we've got multiple ways that you can watch and listen to the program. So if for you the app is down, check out the Michelob Ultra YouTube.
There you go.
Sharon and Clayton, somebody else was worried that we had not heard from Sharon and Clayton. Most nice restaurants have private rooms to accommodate large groups. They probably had that, and it was available on a rando Thursday night. That's still tough to staff, right?
Yeah.
Here comes 55 rather hungry fellas, and then the one of them is going to talk a lot about his bird. Stephen Wildwood said that dinner probably came out of Caruso's salary. Mike Caruso, who I called yesterday. I was trying to find out if Chase was in town, Kelly Chase. And as soon as it rings once, it stops, goes to voicemail, which is the total ignore button. And then the text immediately after. This is every time I call Mike Caruso, the great executive for the Blues. Immediately the text is, can't talk, what's up? He must have it programmed because immediately it's can't talk, what's up? Just couldn't possibly be bothered.
No.
So maybe that's because he had to go through the receipts from the big meal that the Blues had on Thursday in Winnipeg. I don't have onboarding, Doug, but my son's in 8th grade, and we have a graduation-related mass. It's something. I'm a good Catholic, of course.
Are you really?
Yeah, they see me there every Christmas and Easter, and then there's other big ones too. But we have a May crowning today, Doug. I'm off to a May crowning. It's not onboarding, so I don't want to take any heat for that.
May crowning.
That's what it is. Yeah, it's a special event.
Well, if there's any sort of delicious treats at this celebration and you or one of your close family members or friends might have some dental issues, they could always head to 100 West Dental.
Oh, yeah.
100 West Dental is the sponsor of the Dotems, closest to the pin competition. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental, which is located on Manchester Road in Baldwin. I know plenty of people go, man, I don't want to go to the dentist. It's not fun. It's not that. That's understandable. But dental health impacts the rest of your body's health, and it's an important thing to make sure that you get checked up. And Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team have changed the whole dental experience at 100 West Dental. Go online at 100westdental.com. No phone call needed. You go online. You don't need dental insurance. You just go there and you can book your appointment. And they do video consultations online as well if you're interested in Invisalign. They have taken dentistry and brought in 2025's technology, and you'll notice it when you see their offices. It's 100westdental.com. And if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign with Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental.
There it is.
A little rough on the end there.
What
What happened?
Did Jackson cut that?
No, that was me.
Oh, it was you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to hear a little fade down there at the end.
That was my ode to Mr. Burkett.
That was a good ode. Marty, we picked you up when I lived in Chippewa Falls, Eau Claire, the Jerkwood from Kirkwood. Yeah, that's kind of to the Doug. That's a little west of Rhinelander, I want to say.
Okay. 8,000 people in a town with a TV station. That could be the smallest town in America with a TV station.
My NBC affiliate and the high school. I mean, we covered it like it was Duke basketball. We went to every practice, every sport. The gymnastics meet would be the lead story for a minute of highlights. And then because we had 5 minutes for sports, we would show every NHL game, every NBA game. I believe we called that filling time.
Yeah. We did a lot of high school scoreboards in Rochester, Minnesota, too. Softball scores and an occasional field hockey score.
A full screen graphic.
Not that we were desperate.
Nothing. No, there's anything wrong with that. App is working just fine. App was down earlier. It's working now. Find your app, you Yoo-hoos, Yahoos. Listening on the app now. Other day it kept crashing. Had to click on a podcast, then go back, click, and reset it. So a lot of app discussion as well.
And if anybody's looking for the podcast, those will be up after the show's finished. I apologize for making you wait a little bit, but I'll get those up toot sweet after we wrap up the Design Air heating and cooling email of the day.
Martin's like Connor Hellebuck. He can't stick around even when his team needs him. I'm giving up a softie. No, the kids. It's all about the kids. It's TMA, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
This is Chairman Kurt with another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Well, Doug, can you smell that?
What's that?
That is Game 6 playoff action tonight at the Enterprise Center. The puck's going to drop at 7 p.m. Pregame right here on 101 ESPN at 6 p.m. Got to have this one. Got to have this one. This was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them online at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
The puck drops, we on the go. Blues in the zone, putting on a show. Skate so fast like a lightning flow. St. Louis pride, let the spirit glow.
Doug, you think any of the players are up listening to this program?
No, I don't.
Not even Robert?
They probably didn't have a morning skate. Maybe they did. No, I wouldn't think they bother with this. I heard Anthony Stalter in that last break talking about this watch party they got tonight. That'd be a fun
Cafe Telegraph.
Yeah.
What time is that at?
It's Anthony's going to be there 7 to 9, so I'm sure it'll be going for the entire game. So that would be fun. If you don't have tickets and you want to watch the game with some other rabid Blues fans, Cafe Telegraph tonight in South County.
Yeah, that should be a good time. I'm hoping to be in the building. Haven't gotten any texts from any Blues executives saying they want me there and that they're going to find a way to get me in.
You've mapped out some plans. One was to go in Joey Vitale's trunk.
One was to sneak in the trunk of Joey Vitale's car.
Yeah.
I haven't cleared that with him yet, but I got to think he's going to be okay with that.
And you've offered to go over the starting lineup with Montgomery.
I told Coach that if he needed me to kind of be the liaison for the starting lineup, to make sure no Maple Leaf situations come close to happening, I'm fine with doing that.
And when Sharon in Clayton offered you a chance to get in the building with her, if you hit the fire alarms at the Ritz, you said, "Sup, Sharon." That means you're up for that too.
You know, I prefer to try to keep the criminal aspect of this to a minimum.
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
So I don't think I'm going to be pulling any fire alarms. But the Sup Sharon part still...
That still plays?
Yeah. Okay. Sup Sharon. Both Sharon and Clayton and Sharon in front neck. We had dueling Sharons earlier in the week.
Mm-hmm. And both would probably like to have their homes remodeled by Callier and Thompson.
I bet they would.
They'll deal with you if you're Sharon, or no matter what your name is, really, because they've been in St. Louis now since the 1950s. They've dealt with every kind of name that you could throw at them. Names aren't important. It's that kitchen that's outdated. Callier and Thompson can get you spruced up. Nothing makes your house look older or more tired than having a rundown old kitchen. But Callier and Thompson can do you right. They've been doing kitchens and basements and bathrooms and any part of your house that you want a makeover. Callier & Thompson is the place to go. It's a one-stop shop. You don't have to go to 5, 6, 7 places for one room remodel. The countertops, appliances, lighting, flooring, hardware, plumbing, it is all right there in-house at Callier & Thompson. Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard are the owners. They've both been there more than 20 years. Maybe if you go in there, you get to meet them, work with them. They also have a team of designers that can make your house look like a showplace. Hit their website at CallierandThompson.com. You can see some of the before and after pictures they have done. They really do outstanding, fantastic work, and you would have to be in business in St. Louis for this long. This is a company you can trust to be in their home. Their workers have been around for a long time. These are top-notch people that will take great care of you. Great showroom, more than 10,000 square feet, and more than 20 kitchen displays at their showroom on Manchester in Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at CallierandThompson.com.
The Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, we need to give them a little love today, Doug. A lot of those people are in there every day. I see Ryan Crawford's in there, hoping Marshy Marsh would come in for this 10 o'clock hour. I haven't seen Marsh in the building yet, but it's always good to see Marsh.
Okay.
The Jefferson Barracks Gigolo says my neck of the woods. I'm not sure what he's referring to. Oh, maybe Cafe Telegraph. Yeah. Cafe Telegraph. Aaron in St. Chuck says, what's happening?
What does that mean?
I don't know. Maybe she popped up on the YouTube and saw it was just you and I.
Right. Tim is out sick. Martin had a May crowning.
Oh, yeah, the May crowning.
Right. And Jackson is on his boys' trip to the Ozarks.
So it's just a little two-man game here for the final. What do we got? We got about 45 minutes left. Go back and podcast. We've had Joey Vitale on the show today. Chris Pronger was on the show.
Strick Nasty
was on there. Big week for us. Coach Gruden, Adam Wainwright. I'm forgetting. We had John Kelly and Chris Kerber.
Tony La Russa, did you mention him?
I did not. So go back and podcast. But yeah, we got about 45 minutes left. We'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up in about, I'd say about a half an hour, Doug. I'll be filtering those emails. Make them good today and keep them short. I ask often, but I'm specifically asking today, keep those emails short and to the point today. Hit the hole.
We had one yesterday. It was, 2 or 3 paragraphs long?
Yeah, that was a long one.
Yeah. Don't do it. Edit the emails.
Yep. All right. So, yeah. We'll be back here shortly with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. I'll tease this. There's going to be a big event coming to the state of Missouri later in the summer, Doug.
A big event?
A big event.
Like a concert? Sporting event?
This is what we call a tease.
Okay.
So I'll tell you and the listening audience more about it when we come back. You're listening to TMA on 101 ESPN, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
You came out of nowhere that night, walked up and said you have pretty eyes.
This is the gal you had the little something for, right?
Let it breathe for a second.
Oh.
First sight, lightning struck that night. A week later you walked in, time stopped for me, and your white coat was all I could see. Our steadfast stares had you lingering. Our small talk ended with, come home with me.
No.
That's where it all began.
I forgot her name.
It's Cassie Moore.
Cassie, that's right. And you actually ran into her or met her in Palm Beach?
Yep. Cassie and I had a little, I think rendezvous would maybe be the right word for it.
Did you?
At Cucina.
And by rendezvous, you meant lunch?
There was no food. It was late at night.
Oh.
But no food involved. And I had a club soda, which she made sure to let me know that she's the one that paid for. She paid for the club soda.
Why didn't you buy her a drink?
I think she offered.
Really?
Yeah.
And you said, sure?
Sure, Cassie.
You're supposed to say, no, this is on me.
She's the big multi-platinum selling artist.
Yeah.
She can grab me a club soda at Cucina.
So how long did this rendezvous last?
We were probably there an hour and a half, 2 hours.
So you hit it off.
In the moment, yeah, we had some good conversation. Got the picture that I wanted out in front of Cucina. She signed a glossy of the Steadfast Eyes album cover.
Oh, really?
And I haven't seen her since.
And then she dropped you like a bad habit.
That seems to be a theme with me, Doug. One and done. I've never been great at scoring that second date.
Did you call her afterwards?
I don't have her number.
After an hour and a half of talking, she wouldn't give you her number?
No. And
did you ask?
I did not. I wasn't romantically.
You just thought this was going so well, I won't even have to ask.
Yeah. I don't know that I was necessarily romantically interested. Logistically, she's down in Palm Beach.
She was geographically undesirable.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but yeah, I've been thinking about her a little bit lately, and I found Steadfast Eyes in the system and figured it'd be a nice little treat to bring that back. It's been a while since people would have heard that. But I teased this in the last segment, Doug. There is a big event that'll be coming to the state of Missouri later on in August.
What's that?
We'll do a quick little guessing game. We don't have a ton of time.
Okay.
But I,
that's what it starts with? Mm-hmm. The Illinois Illness Festival?
No, this will be in Missouri.
Oh,
You're not going to get there.
Okay.
It is the Internet Invitational. It's a YouTube golfer influencer tournament that Barstool Sports and Dave Portnoy are going to be putting on. And there's going to be a $1 million prize pool.
Really?
And it's going to be at Big Cedar Lodge down there in the Ozarks. So,
have you ever been there?
I have.
Very
Buffalo
cool
Ridge.
place.
I wear this hat quite often.
Yeah.
It's my favorite course I've ever played. You've got Paynes Valley there, Ozark National, top of the rock. It's a very cool little golf resort.
It is.
Here's Dave Portnoy of Barstool Sports talking about the Internet Invitational.
So about a year ago, I said I want to create a golf tournament like no golf tournament in the world. A golf tournament where all these golf influencers, creators, people on the internet who play golf, good, bad, ugly, they love the game, come together for an event with a prize pool of at least $1 million. I reached out to different people. I said, get me Fat Perez, get me Robbie Berger, get me Joey Coldcuts, get me these guys. And I did. And August 12th to August 16th, you are going to see the Internet Invitational, invite only, at Big Cedar Lodge, the Ozarks, Missouri. We will be there. You got to get the invite in the mail. 7 figures, cash. I'm not good enough to play. I'll be on the announcement. And by the way, this isn't your mother's golf tournament. We're not going to be quiet in the thing doing like this. We want bad shots. We want you to feel the pressure. It's going to be 30 to 50 to 60 of the most well-known golfers, celebrity athletes, internet people with big money, big stakes, and us in your ear chirping.
Huh. Well, that sounds like fun.
Yeah, Bobby Berger, Bob Does Sports, his golf. I love his golf content that he does with Fat Perez and Joey Coldcuts. I'm sure some of the foreplay guys will be involved. Riggs, Frankie Borelli, Trent. Maybe they'll get Paige Spiranek involved. I don't know, but it's invite only. So
we can't play.
I think they might invite Tim.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
So yeah, that'll be coming to Big Cedar Lodge in the Ozarks in August. And I don't know what they'll do with tickets. I would go watch that. I think I would love to go down to the Ozarks and
it'd be interesting.
Walk around the property and watch those guys and gals play
August 12th through 16th. It could be 105 degrees.
I think one of my trips to that to Big Cedar was in the summertime, and it was a hot, sweaty round.
Yeah.
So that'll be fun, but that'll be in August at Big Cedar Lodge in the Ozarks. So $1 million prize pool. That's no joke.
And it's a legitimate 3 or 4 day tournament, just like a PGA.
Sounds like it. If he's listing those 12th through the 15th, probably a 4-day thing, and should be a good time.
All right. Well, I'll keep that in mind. If I'm not doing anything, I probably won't go, but I might. I don't know.
All right, we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up in about 20 minutes. So we'll get to that here shortly. This is TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Skate boys. Skate boys. Oh yeah, the Blues are marching in.
Oh, Doug.
Okay, is this a new one? I don't think I've heard this.
No, I think we've mixed this one in. This is more of the hard rock variety. To me, this sounds like what they'd play like leading up to the game.
Could be. Could be. It's a harder grinding song. As we said earlier, Mark Scheifele not in the Jets traveling party. He's not even coming to St. Louis today, so he is out. And the Jets are saying they're extremely disappointed by that. The coach, Scott Arniel, was asked if he was in the concussion protocol. He would not answer. He said, I am not going down that road.
What do you think Scheifele's most disappointed about not being able to make the trip? Is it the Ferris wheel down at Union Station or the Auntie Anne's?
That's probably a pretty good guess because I think most of the players will do the Ferris wheel a couple of times before the game.
I wonder if we could get the Ferris wheel operator to stop that thing when a couple of the Jets' key players are up there at the top. And
have you ever done that? Have you ever done the Ferris wheel thing?
I did. I went there back in the day. I think I went on a date there one night and wasn't my thing.
Yeah. It seems to me like an odd place to put a Ferris wheel. I'm not anti-Ferris wheel, but...
Where would you put a Ferris wheel in the city of St. Louis if you weren't going to put it at Union Station? Out off 44.
Maybe in Six Flags?
Oh, in Six Flags. I think there is one there.
Do they have one? They probably have one.
I think they have one there.
Yeah.
Big game tonight, though. Scheifele won't be in the lineup. Home teams won every game so far. We got this segment left, Doug, and then the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up. I think now's as good a time as any because for you and I, being the experts that we are, to kind of give our predictions and what we think is going to happen. You were telling me during the break, Blues a slight favorite, minus 120.
Yeah, betting line very close. I would have thought maybe the Blues would be a little bit more of a favorite than that, returning to home and how well things went for them here in games 3 and 4, and the Jets being without one of their top players. But, you know, oftentimes a team gets you on the ropes like this, and it's hard to win that game 6.
Yeah, that place is going to be bumping tonight. Hoping to be in there. So what do you got tonight, Doug? If you had to make your official prediction for Game 6, the Sundress Showdown, give me a final score.
The Blues will win 4-2, 3-2 through most of the third period. They'll get an empty netter. 4-2 Blues.
And your pick to click, your number one star tonight.
Oh my word, Robert Thomas.
Robert Thomas, couple helpers.
Couple of helpers and a Gino.
Okay, I'm gonna go. I don't think the Blues can keep up that scoring pace that they had in that last regular season game of the year against Utah in the first 2 home games of the series. I think they scored 18 goals in those 3 games. I think we're in for a close one tonight. I'm going to say 2-1 Blues in overtime.
Oh, overtime.
I think we're going to OT tonight.
That would be a pony show for this Sundress Showdown.
And I think, you know what? I'm going with you for my pick to click, friend of the show, Robbie Thomas.
Yeah.
I think he's either going to score the winning goal in overtime, maybe get a nice little dandy assist on the game winner, but I think our friend Robert Thomas is going to be the number one star tonight.
I think so. Fun game. I just hate to see the season ever end.
I was just thinking the same thing.
It's the idea of it's so much fun to have a game every other night or every third night, and then for that just to end just abruptly like that.
Yeah.
That's what
every other night, every shift matters. You're sitting on the edge of your seat, just can't look away for a second, and then tonight, I don't think it will, but it could all be taken from us, and then it'll be on to Cardinal baseball.
Yeah. They open a series tonight with the Mets. You hate to say a series in early May is really big, but the Cardinals are already starting to drift down the standings. There's 5 games out now. They're coming off a series in New York where they got swept. The Mets are one of the best teams in the league. You know, they just can't afford to get pounded by the Mets this weekend and find themselves 7 or 8 games out already. That could get ugly.
You've always said you're not asking for your team to win the World Series every year, but at least give you something to be kind of tuned into until what? Into the season?
Until the last game. Make every game count.
Yeah.
In the playoff hunt all the way through. You know you're not going to have playoff success every year. It doesn't matter who you are.
Yeah.
I just want the team to be competitive. Those years where you're 15 games out in July or something, it's just you lose that nightly drama of of your sports team and caring about it.
Yeah. It would make for a long summer for us to be out of it by, if July, August, and September mean nothing. It would make the hot summer in St. Louis.
Well, let's spend more time at the lake with Jackson and his friends.
What do you think he's doing right now? You think well, I know he's awake. I had to text him about something earlier. He texted me back. You think he's listening?
No. I think they're probably golfing.
Could be golfing.
He said that was the main priority, right?
Yeah. So hope he's having a good time. Yeah. I hope he changes his mind and dips his toe in the lake.
He won't. He won't get in there. No. The Lake of the Ozarks is no dirtier than any other lake, is it?
Well, what gives it such a bad rep?
I don't know.
Party Cove?
Maybe.
Did you do much party coving?
No.
My family always did. We were never the Lake of the Ozarks people. We went to, what's another family lake getaway? Something a little more low-key.
Table Rock.
Table Rock, that was the one. Yeah. We were a Table Rock family back in the day. I've done the Ozarks a few times, but I'm kind of like Jackson on the high volume days. Mm-hmm. Memorial Day, 4th of July.
Gets rough out there.
You couldn't pay me to go to that place, but I think that's more just due to the crowd and the clientele than it is to the lake itself.
Yeah.
So,
I told you I almost sunk a pontoon boat out there once.
Oh no.
Yeah. I figured how bad can you go with a pontoon boat?
Yeah.
Just puttering along, not very fast, and hit a small little wave, and the front of the pontoon boat just went straight down into the lake. And the water got about almost halfway to the boat, up, it covered almost halfway through. My knees are in water already and beginning to panic, thinking, by God, this thing's going down. I'm going to have to swim to the shore. And just as fast as we went straight down, it popped right back up. It was nothing.
And I assume this was a rental. This was not your pontoon boat.
No, rental. Yeah.
That'd be a tough conversation to have. You get back to the boat rental facility, and where's the boat?
Sank the darn thing.
Yeah, it's at the bottom of the lake.
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
But there was just a moment there of panic that, by God, I'm really going to have to swim.
I assume when I'm not well heeled enough to have a boat of any variety. Do you think James Carlton, if you were a boat guy, would James Carlton be able to?
He would certainly insure your boat.
Yeah. I'd say it's time we hear a little bit about James Carlton.
I'd love to.
James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency is my insurance agent and has been for almost 6 years now. And I would love for James and his team to become your insurance agent as well. Once you make the switch, you will be thrilled. They do all the paperwork for you, and all of a sudden you're going, holy smokes, I'm saving more money than I ever anticipated. That's right. That's what they can do for you. You have nothing to lose by just calling there and talking to James or one of his team members and seeing what they can do for you. And I have gotten so many emails over the years from TMA listeners who said, man, I didn't expect this, but I am saving so much money. And that's what James and James Carlton's team can do for you. 409 5-star reviews is what you're going to get when you type them in a Google search engine. It's James Carlton, the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm.
Good to hear from Tim. Good to hear about James Carlton. We've got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up. And I'd say 8-ish minutes, Doug.
Okay.
Pulling up the standings, we would have only had one winner so far in the month of May. And that's correct. Joey Vitale's face dong got the win yesterday. I think it came down to Tim's vote yesterday. He's the Speaker of the House. So
we all had separate votes.
We did.
And because it was him,
he
him. Picked the winner.
Tim is him.
Don't say he is him.
They is him.
Okay.
So yeah, get those emails in. I already put some in the filtered file, but if you can get a short good one in here in the next 6-7 minutes, you might just make the cut. We'll be doing the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up next. Doug, I think we're going to throw to our last break here.
Oh, are you really?
We'll come back and finish things up, and our last chance to get people fired up for the Sundress Showdown tonight.
We'll try
this is TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is Chairman Kurt with another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. We'll say it again, big game tonight at the Enterprise Center. Game 6, Blues and Jets right here on 101 ESPN. Puck drops at 7. You can hear that pregame show right here on 101 ESPN at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer. Ooh, Doug, this one gets me fired up.
This is an early hit for team.
Yeah, this is going back. This is a throwback. They'll be playing this at the Enterprise Center tonight.
I don't know.
Win the Blues. Is that how he does it? Yeah. Sort of. When the Blues win it 2-1 in overtime.
4-2.
4-2.
With an empty net goal.
With an empty net goal.
Yeah.
Either way, though, Blues are forcing a Game 7. Going back to Winnipeg.
I think so.
Another whiteout. I think the boys are going to do it.
I do too. I have every faith and confidence that they'll come out with their hair on fire and they will win.
Get an early one on Hellebuck.
Yes. We should remind people that BK and Ferrario coming up right after this. They are live at the Enterprise Center, and they've got some Post Malone tickets to give away.
Oh.
And don't forget about that watch party tonight at Cafe Telegraph. Anthony Stalter will be there from 7 to 9. Great place to watch the game. If you don't have tickets for the game, you want to get together with a bunch of people and watch it and hoot and holler a little bit, that'd be a great place to go. Cafe Telegraph in South County.
All right, Doug. It is time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Okay. Let me get ready for this.
Joey Vitale's face dong has the early 1-goal lead in this one.
Okay.
All right.
Who else we got?
Hidden lead off. Short email. Why? So I can be filtered again? Tim is literally sick from my 17 April unfounded filters. But this email is about the first time I betted another man.
Oh, no.
Checkerdome, 1978. Duke and Kentucky were just about to tip off when I got myself in a little pickle. Here comes some suited NCAA security dude checking my ID. He was a tall drink of water, made Kurt Gowdy look like a shorty. As I grabbed my wallet, I noticed his power trip had him... Nope.
Who was that?
That was Ben.
Ben, you just got yourself suspended. You got yourself suspended a period of 2 days' time because you were inappropriate, weren't you? This won't feel very good. It's not supposed to feel very good. 2 days' time, Ben. Sorry about that.
Not on games. Not on the Sundress Showdown Day, Ben.
Yeah, no.
Great job today, boys. Enjoyed the show. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. Let's go Blues. Let's go Cards. Caw. That comes from John.
John. What a pleasant little email.
Hey, guys. Way to hold down the fort for the Under the Weather Hall of Famer. I can't help but feel sorry when I think of Tim's tiny, frail body dealing with sickness. It hurts me. But you guys nailed... Probably helped that Jackson wasn't there, too. Blues and 7. That comes from Tool Guy.
Tool Guy.
Thanks for not uploading the podcast today, Kurt. How am I supposed to do something to the sound of Doug's voice now? Get it together, people. Thanks. That comes from I only use my hetero voice on Wednesdays.
I'm not sure what that means.
Again.
I only use my hetero voice on Wednesday.
I had a lot of moving parts today, and getting the podcast up during the show just was not in the cards, but you better believe I'm going to be doing that as quickly as I possibly can here when we kick it to BK and Ferrario.
Okay.
Great show today, fellas. You limped through the 10 o'clock hour by recapping the week and teasing the email of the day, as if we don't know that the email of the day segment has been at the end of every show for at least the past year, maybe even the past 20 years.
All right, knock it off.
Doug, do you remember in 2020 when you'd see signs on restaurants saying closed due to staff shortage?
Mm-hmm.
Nope. And KG, please drop the Mr. from my text name. Jackson recklessly assumed my gender when he put it in. That comes from Mudjack Mike.
Mr. Mudjack Mike.
This is quite the service that you fellas provide, with Winnipeggers having to play shorthanded because Scheifele kept his head down and got trucked. You clearly illustrate the struggle of losing a top liner with Tim, the great, out today, and Jackson enjoying another bro party. at his Lake of the Ozarks. It looks to me like the Blues will outscore the Jets 17-3 over the final two. 17-3 over games 6 and 7.
So.
I'd take that.
Yeah.
That comes from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of sales for the Lake of the Ozarks Double Doinker, which is that thing where you are on a guy's trip washing your hair in the shower and you suddenly find that your goofy friends are waving at you from both sides of the shower curtain, but it's just for fun.
Shooter McGavin.
KG coming back from break with steadfast eyes makes him the new George Washington for TMA listeners turned non-paid employees. Great work, KG. You're pretty awesome too, Dougie. Let's go Blues. That comes from TMA Walrus number 1.
TMA Walrus number 1.
Morning, boys. Here's a short email for you. Let's go Blues. Toodles. That comes from the Creve Core Cutie.
Creve Core Cutie with a shorty.
I appreciate the brevity. Mm-hmm. Hey, Jerry, geriatric, long-winded Del Vecchio, go back to the dementia wing of the nursing home. The Blues won the cup in 2019, the year before COVID, you moron. Who's he talking to?
I know. Who do you say at the beginning?
Jerry Del Vecchio? The name sounds familiar.
I don't know who that is.
On another note, Doug, I would like to apologize for my slander yesterday. I just remembered that the other year I wrote property of Douglas Elvin Vaughn on my device to throw people off the scent in case anyone found it. It worked so well that it even fooled me. I hope you accept my apology, Doug. Tim, we miss you dearly. Get well soon. Jackson, don't drink the lake water unless you have to. And finally, Martin, Doug, and Chairman Kurt, enjoy the Sapphic Sundress Showdown tonight in downtown St. Louis. If you boys are able to sneak in. Cheers. That comes from Joey Vitale's Face Dong.
Joey Vitale's Face Dong. How thirsty would you have to be before you drank the Lake of the Ozark water?
You'd have to be in a bad spot. And you're going to be in a bad spot after the fact as well. I ain't leaving.
That toxic?
I ain't leaving. Again, I request that you stop pretending like St. Louis doesn't still bleed Rams blue and gold. The Rams left their soul in Earth City just a few clicks from the casino and wet dumpland that has St. Louis tourists smelling wet boot all day.
Oh.
And I'm loyal to the stinky soil, bish. We built a dome. We started Austin Davis over Sean Hill because someone said he had, quote, it. We gave Sam Bradford 8 offensive coordinators in 3.5 years. That's support. We are the home of the Rams. Act like it.
We're still the home of the Rams.
Still are. And while you're spending a week breaking down Jackson's PTO day, where him and his best pals, Oatmeal, Knapsack, Sweet Sweet Kai, and Soup Can, will be wanking themselves to the memories of Keith Ramsey's 1.7 average points per game under Mike Anderson's high-octane system, just know the Otters would have fought anyone, anywhere for the love of the game. One time in 2002, a guy named Puckbutt got into a fistfight with Raby because he flew the blimp too close to the nacho bar. That's grit. Bring back Rams camp at Lindenwood. Bring back the Otters. Bring back the Dome. P.S. Chris Givens was this close to being elite. That comes from Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio.
Really?
You're in the media. Act like it. That's who Del Vecchio was.
Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio. Okay.
Happy Friday, lads. Everyone gather around and take a knee. In 2019, Benner didn't look nervous. In 2025, he's still as cool as a cucumber in Dan Jansen's sock drawer. In 2019, Gloria rang throughout the city as our lucky victory song. In 2025, Jobu doesn't believe in luck. He uses the voodoo to run Shinner and Foxa through Shifley like a pin through a jet stall. In 2019, a coach named Chief got the boys playing hard-nosed Blues hockey. In 2025, we got the full Monty taking pucks to the face in practice. In 2019, we all rallied around a little lady named Layla, and she inspired the masses. In 2025, we rally around Chaser as he becomes the spiritual catalyst for the organization. Officer Speece in the house tonight. Let's get Chaser to wave the towel and get down to a nasty bit of business. Time to put the foil on and bloody up some Jets. Blues in 7. Cheers, my cousin Vinny.
My cousin Vinny with a strong email.
Oh, and finally, Doug,
Gosh,
you know that thing when your friends start leaving a party before it's over and all of a sudden you're the last one there? That's what the 10 o'clock hour felt like today.
Oh, gosh.
2 dudes looking around the room wondering, where the hell did everybody else go?
Right.
Just KG and Doug struggling to make awkward small talk as they constantly glanced at the clock, almost begging time to move a little faster. I was reminded of the time Rich in Maryland Heights tried to host the show on his own and ran out of stuff to talk about before the end of the first segment, so he just ran 40 minutes of dead air on his brokered weekend time slot. Even Martin couldn't be bothered to stick around when he was needed most, choosing to attend a middle school church dance than to help his coworkers. My prediction for Game 6, the Blues will win by a score of 30-0, and the Jets will simply forfeit Game 7 out of sheer embarrassment. I don't have any extra tickets for tonight, but I could sneak Chairman Kurt into the Enterprise Center by wearing an oversized trench coat and carrying KG in on my shoulders like we're some sort of 10-foot-tall giant hockey fan. I've always wanted to feel his Jefferson County taint on the back of my neck anyway.
That's
Let's go Blues. That's
Ooh.
from the JV golf coach. And Doug, that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Only 2 votes today, Doug.
No, but there were some that were pleasant. I'm going to go with Jerry Big Tank Delvecchio for his Rams passion.
You know what? I'm the Speaker of the House today.
What?
And I'm going my cousin Vinny for the 2019-2025 comparison. He has won the second Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day for the month of May. Game 6 tonight. Okay. Where will you be?
Well, I'll be home watching it.
All right, TBD.
You're going to get in.
I think I'll be in the building whether I get snuck in or whether I pay.
If not, you can go to the watch party at Cafe Telegraph.
Cafe Telegraph. Anthony Stalter will be out there tonight. Right. All right, time for us to wrap it up. For Douglas Elvin Vaughn, for Martin Kilcoyne, for the ill Tim McKernan, for the vacationing Jackson Burkett, for my brother Kevin, I'm Chairman Kurt. This has been TMA on 101 ESPN, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.